The Bills having a wide receiver in on a visit yesterday. Elijah Moore, that was confirmed by the team, was in on a visit. Former Browns and Jets receiver. He had over 500 yards for the Browns last season. Cleveland, by the way, making a signing of their own. They signed wide receiver Deontay Johnson to a one-year contract, who last year was in Carolina, Houston, and Baltimore. The Stanley Cup playoffs last night, a couple of games. Florida over the Lightning, 4-2. Panthers take a 3-1 series lead. They had 2 goals in 11 seconds to take the lead in that one. Dallas wins over Colorado, 6-2. They can close it out in Game 6 coming up on Wednesday. In the NBA playoffs last night, the Cavaliers go for a sweep. They won by 55. They were 3 off the all-time playoff record. The Warriors win over the Rockets late, 109-106. Golden State leads that series 3-1. Tonight in the playoffs, on the hockey side of things, Senators and Leafs. Toronto can close that series out at 7. Devils, Hurricanes at 7:30. Golden Knights, Wild at 9:30, and then Oilers and Kings at 10 o'clock. Those series are tied at 2-2. Actually, New Jersey, Carolina is 3-1. That's your Paddock Chevrolet Sports Update. Paddock Chevrolet celebrating 90 years of being your hometown dealership. Gone to the movie theater to get takeout?
This is another thing that people do.
Hold on.
People do this.
What?
Yes.
Why? Because of the butter?
Because it's movie theater popcorn.
But you could get movie theater popcorn in the grocery store.
That's grocery store popcorn.
Popcorn is not different enough that it's worth going and getting movie theater popcorn.
It certainly is. You're not living until you're going into the movie theater, getting popcorn, and going home. Why do you think they sell it before you have to go into the theater? Why do they sell it where the general public can just walk in and buy treats? Why is it there That's a coincidence. They didn't put that out there. Is that true? If that's a coincidence, where do I buy food at a Sabres game? After the ticketed portion. Where do I buy food at the airport? After the ticketed portion.
You're listening to Jeremy and Joe on Western New York Sports Giant, WGR Sports Radio 550.
I think in my career, that might be one of my strongest arguments I've ever made.
That one?
Yeah. I stumbled on it. It kind of came to me in the moment. It is before you have to show your ticket.
Yes.
Unassailable. True. Fact.
Which means you could just go in and get it.
Yeah.
Which I still have not done since you brought that up, by the way.
You should consider.
Because I can't think... Well, it would be a movie night. At home.
Yep.
But the point of that is you don't go out. And you're making me go out to get the popcorn.
Get on the way home. Hey, we're going to have a movie night. Stop at the movie theater and pick it up on your way home.
Right, that's the way to do it.
Yeah.
Okay.
Hey, everybody, good morning. Jeremy and Joe. It's a Tuesday. It's going to get windy today. A lot of hot air from you guys. It's going to get windy today, really windy today. So be prepared. Highs in the 70s. Yeah. While also being damagingly windy. So like a hot wind.
If you pull up if you have the same weather app that I do and maybe the other ones do too, and you pull up today's weather, you're going through and there's like, okay, you get the description of like, all right, wind and okay, hail. And then at the end it says isolated tornado.
Okay.
Possible. Great.
Right.
I'm glad it's an isolated tornado.
Right.
Not a series of them.
Well, the wind gusts are expected to hit the 40s. I had a friend ask me to go golfing. I said, I don't think you're
Today?
Yeah. Yesterday, he said, you want to go play? I said, I don't think you're going to make it out there. It's going to be rough.
It's good practice to know how to play the wind when you have to face it in an important setting.
I guess so. So good morning. It's Jeremy and Joe, 803-0550, 1-888-550-2550. Lot happened yesterday, huh? How about it? If anybody wants to just call in and give us a thought on it, we'll welcome that conversation. What do I want to say? I learned that Elijah Moore has a certain kind of unrestricted free agent tag that I did not know existed.
Me too. He has till training camp to negotiate a deal with another team?
It basically locks in his salary would be about 3.4. So
right.
I learned that. Brandon Bean with One Bills Live confirmed that the Bills had Elijah Moore in for a visit, and then it went well, and they'll go from there.
They also would know what the money would be.
Yeah.
I'm assuming they would know this deal. It's an unrestricted free agent tender,
which is weird,
is what it's called. So
it makes him part of the compensatory pick formula if he signs somewhere else.
Yeah, it's if he is unable to sign with another team prior to the first day of training camp, the Browns would retain exclusive negotiating rights at 110% of his salary, which is $3.4 million. So actually, does that make it sound like then that Cleveland would be on the hook for $3.4 million and another team wouldn't be? It's a confusing. I didn't know this thing existed.
Me either. The last time it was used was 2022.
All right, well, that would explain why I haven't seen it.
Right. The Chiefs used it on 2 players in 2022, and that's that. So I think it kind of lays out what it would cost Elijah Moore. So that's something we learned yesterday.
And quickly on that, he is a little... I saw a lot of comparisons. Just another second-round receiver that the Bills brought in, a former second-round receiver, and he's not going to go to the top of the depth chart. But I looked at the previous season of all those second-round guys the Bills have brought in over the years and what they had done immediately before getting to Buffalo, and Moore is the only one that even had like any sort of season. He had 61 catches last year. Hamler, before he arrived, had 7. Claypool had 8. Isabella had 2. Chenault had 0. Those are the other former second-round receivers, and he had 61.
Okay. So he could be in the mix, something that we learned after we spoke to Brandon Beane yesterday when we talked to him. Give us a ring, 803-0550, 1-888-550-2550. Of course, if you missed it yesterday, maybe you saw it on, I don't know, ESPN, TSN, Yahoo, The Moon. Was it broadcast on the Moon?
I
might have made it to Antarctica.
I texted you guys. I learned who in my life are the local news watchers because it was on the local news. Maybe all of them. I don't even know.
Like 11 o'clock last night or 6 p.m. last night?
The 6 p.m. news. Because there was within a 5-minute window, it was like 12 people. Like, oh, wow, that happened today, huh?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, I had every group chat going, family chats going, a lot of texts, a lot of people texting, a lot of people writing, a lot of people saying a lot of things. So it was spicy. It was interesting.
Yeah. It still confuses me. It still confuses me. The tone that was brought at the beginning of that segment. And that yesterday a lot of my mental exercise was it had to be rooted somewhere else. And just I'm thinking about could it be that it's just the Chiefs losing losses over and over are getting to him, or that somebody else in his room is wanting wide receiver, or that it really was the media from the other day, the reporters that he brought up, or is it Diggs? He cited Diggs pretty early on. Could it be wanting credit for I made this big move and it worked? Where is all my credit for it? Just a million different possible scenarios like that. Just going through my head, what on earth caused that? Because it cannot. I listened back to us with Sal the 3 minutes before, and I just refuse to believe that pretty tame 3 minutes is what caused this all.
It was a very tame 3 minutes. As you were mentioning, what got him or what has him on edge or whatever, angry or defensive, defiant, or bullish. I mean, I don't want to make it sound like he's a victim here or we're victims here. I fully welcome the GM coming on whenever he wants and getting after it. It kind of reminded me of back in the day. And I make this point a lot, and this is not about the Bills specifically, but we live in an NFL era where they control the message, the NFL, so much that any sort of, did you see this? That's why this went everywhere. Because the NFL rarely has fights anymore. There used to be fights in this town all the time. Tom Donahoe started off a movement because he called the fans jerks.
Yes.
That used to happen all the time.
Didn't he have a couple of them?
Probably.
I think Donahoe might have had a couple of them, if I remember right.
He's the GM. If you don't, he's the coach. Help me remember. This is before
2004.
Right.
Early 2000s. Early drought. Yeah.
Right. He's the GM at the time. Right. He's not the coach. I'm getting to another one. There's the get out of town rant. If you don't like it, you can get out of town, which is a famous rant in Bills history. If you don't like it, you can get out of town. So, on and on. We've had these dust-ups.
These spats.
Sure, between coach and coach or media and coach or whatever it might be. It used to be fairly common, and now, to me, that's a big part of this, is that everything is so controlled by the league. I want to get to the Tyler Dunn story. A lot of Tyler Dunn's story was greeted with, what a hit piece. And it was a balanced piece with lots of complimentary stuff and also some criticisms from sources around the league. And it was viewed as it was unbelievable that could air in 2025 or 2024, whatever. Yep. Incredible. That kind of stuff used to be kind of normal. But the NFL has done such a good job of pulling everything in and nothing gets out. That's draft boards, that's everything. And the draft is a great example of all of that ecosystem coming to light. These teams control their message. They might want to draft 7 different players. They get who they get. They come out and they say, we got the best guy on our board, right? Howie Roseman said that the Eagles drafted a top 10 player on their board, 31st. He's a top 10 player. Like, okay, I guess we have to believe that. That might be true. The Bills got a first-round graded player. And it's not to say that they're lying or it's untrue. It's just whatever the teams say tends to kind of just get picked up, and that's the official phrasing. That's how it works.
Yeah.
Ken Dorsey got fired, and you never heard about what exactly went wrong or how it went wrong. He goes somewhere else. He keeps quiet. He goes to another organization. And the machine kind of keeps on moving. So 13 seconds. We still don't actually have an explanation of what happened in those moments. Tyler had reporting on that about miscommunication on special teams. And that's all I'm saying is a lot of times stuff is going on behind the scenes. And you may hear, let me get one more if I may, the rumors all around town about the Bengals playoff game. The biggest rumors everybody's ever heard. That's never been reported anywhere. Nobody really knows it for sure because the NFL is so very good and all the NFL teams and markets are really tight. So, that's all. Yesterday was a reasonably good few minutes of radio and a GM defending his plan, which is totally fair to do. And, with a little bit of a couple of shots at us and his own fans. I mean, he made a point to try and make people look silly, which I think was a mistake that he might regret. But past that, it was just business. It was just business.
Yep.
Arguing about prospects, arguing about should you fire the coach.
Right.
That's happened.
Right.
I mean, we had dust-ups on this station with Phil Housley about his player decisions, and that stuff used to happen.
I remember Shope and Bulldog getting into it with Rex about whether they got run over by the Patriots.
Right.
That was a fun one.
Right.
40, but they weren't run on.
Tom Donahoe and Shope and the Bulldog, the day that Lossman broke his leg at training camp, was
I don't know that one.
Spicy. Show us the tape.
Yeah.
It was like, show us the tape.
Okay.
Because the Bills were telling the story of what happened. Like, is that really what happened? Can we see what happened? Because people that were watching live said that Troy Vincent hit him on purpose. Like, going back all the way to, was that 2004?
Yeah.
So, I think the whole thing is interesting. Is it overblown? Maybe, maybe not. Though the takeaway is that the Bills' strategy, whether it's in year 2 or whatever, I guess I don't know where it starts and stops and where it ends. I listened back to the entire show before Bean came on as well. Among the things said by me specifically, I don't want to make today about receiver. I really like what they did in the draft. Direct quote. Said yesterday in the early portions of the show. People called us about wide receiver. Our first caller was about receiver. Multiple calls about that. We got calls about the defensive lineman. We talked about that. So, it is also our job to talk about the things that are most important to the fans. And the story of the draft, there's 2 stories. 1, they revamped their defense. And 2, they waited longer than everybody thought they would. The GM himself said, I'm surprised I didn't get one until the 7th round.
Right.
So
that there isn't. The whole thing that's been made of from yesterday, the reaction to it and it actually happening is still again, it's bewildering to me because I don't actually feel like there is, maybe long-term philosophically there would be a different way of thinking right now between us and especially you on wide receiver and where Brandon Beane might be right now.
Right.
But in terms of what the story of the day was and the draft, I don't really feel like there was that much of a gap. Right? It was, we don't think they're doing it in round 1, and we spent a little bit of time on Luther Burden, but we didn't do whole shows on, this is why they should trade up for Tet McMillan in the first round and go all out for it. It's not like we spent weeks on DK Metcalf. We talked about it.
We did.
For sure.
We did.
But it wasn't this 3-month-long campaign. We talked more about Myles Garrett.
We talked about Myles Garrett.
Way more about Myles Garrett.
We talked about Trey Hendrickson. I think
Max Crosby was never even near as available as those two probably were.
Wasn't the player I stumped for in the draft the most Malachi Starks?
I was going to say, Friday was just about safety.
Friday, I was sitting here saying they should take a safety.
We didn't even get to safety.
Right.
Yesterday.
They should take a safety. I mean, so anyway, we'll get some calls on this if you want to chime in. And, we'll, talk about the Bills, not just about this conversation, because now we're reacting to the reaction. But whatever. We're here to hang out with you guys. Yeah. The other thing about it is, thinking back to where we are on this, they had 7 receivers in for visits. Mm-hmm. Just like they had a bunch of corners, defensive tackles, and defensive ends. It was just lined up as one of the positions we thought they might take. Why did we interview someone from Missouri on Luther Burden? Because right before the draft, all the mocks turned a little bit to Luther Burden might be there. Mm-hmm. Same reason we started talking about Malachi Starks. It's draft season. So that's what we did.
But that wide receiver big board behind you is empty.
Right.
There's nothing on it.
People got mad about it.
We didn't bring it to the draft party. Our 2 draft parties.
Right. A number of people got really mad about us talking in front of the big board, which has been dormant for a year.
I was going to say, there hasn't been anything on it.
We joked about putting a name on it. We kind of didn't. We never did. We never put a name on it.
Well, we'll get to calls here. The thing that just, I think, really one of the many takeaways you could have from yesterday is the GM feels right now that he is justified in his actions because they were one of the top teams in the league in scoring, and that they think that that's just going to be repeated. And that to me is where my fundamental disagreement is it's not that it can't happen, but you heard him say it yesterday if you listen to that whole conversation. He believes they're going to be just as good at not turning the ball over.
Yep.
That is a part of their blueprint. That is a part of their formula to being one of the best offenses in the NFL. And I believe they will still be one of the best, if not still the best. But being as good as they were last year is going to be extremely difficult, not by anything of their own actions, just on luck, even.
Right. They could have bad luck this time around where more fumbles go the wrong way.
But he sounds like he thinks they're going to be just as good at not turning the ball over again.
Well, the other thing I would say about it is, he's bullish on the offense and how we were number 1 in scoring, number 2 in scoring, number 1 if you include the playoffs. He had a number of stats we scored more points than the Super Bowl champions. Congratulations on some point. But anyway, I don't know why I hear that. I think that's right. You've got an amazing quarterback, and you drafted him. It's not like you walked into this. You drafted him. You picked him where you picked him, and you shined him up real nice with the help of the coaching staff, and you've got yourself this living, breathing cheat code.
Yeah.
So, I don't know if Bean is feeling like he doesn't get the credit he deserves for building a team that had an offense like that. I think he gets plenty of credit. He definitely has those that question the Kincaid pick, the Coleman pick, the receiver approach. But beyond that, the offensive line's great. He does have, here's one other thing that could be on his mind, and I'll get to calls right after this. He does have an upcoming battle with James Cook. If it's not a full-on battle yet, he might have one. And
it could be right now.
It could be an ongoing battle. It could get bigger. It could get nasty. And he might pound the table and say, I'm not paying a running back. That's one more thing about yesterday. The question that I said I wanted to ask during the segment with Sal that maybe he heard and got upset about, that is just a normal question to a GM. I want to ask him, but I ran out of time and things got spicy yesterday. Would you pay a second running back? These are just conceptual questions you ask a general manager after a draft. Do you believe in drafting a running back second overall? Sometimes you ask a question you know the answer to or have an opinion on because you want to have the GM himself say the words, which he did. He said, no, I don't undervalue the position. All right, good. We've got that. So Here we are. Thinking back to when Howard asked Lindy if your team is tough enough. That was right before they fought Lucic. Lindy said, yeah.
I mean, that feels appropriate at the time to ask that question.
Right.
Then,
yeah. Sometimes you ask a coach if you think you're going to
after the Miller-Lucic. Yeah, I mean, that would have been
my
first question.
Sometimes you have to ask a coach, do you think your job is in jeopardy? Do you think you're going to get fired? Sometimes you have to ask that. Same with the GM. Sometimes there are questions, and this one to me was...
This one's new, though, in that we didn't get to the questions.
That's true. We ultimately did ask it, but the question,
we got there,
the question
eventually.
was one of the top 3 storylines out of the draft. We'll get some phone calls. Ricky on the cell starts us today as we start, and we'll look back on this draft and read some more about these players, these prospects. But we'll open up today some phone calls. Good morning, Ricky.
Morning, guys. How are you doing? Thank you for taking my call.
Good. Thanks, Ricky.
I just wanted to, I'll make it quick. I just wanted to say I loved our GM since he's been our GM because of what he's done. The way he went off yesterday, I was at work because I made it to work by then. It left a bad taste in my mouth. I really appreciate what you guys do. I've been listening to you guys for years. While you guys been on the air, I've had more GMs before him, and I might have GMs after him. So I thank you for what you guys do, and thanks for taking my call, guys. Have a good day.
Thanks, Ricky.
I mean, it doesn't have to be this Bean versus us thing, by the way.
No,
you don't have to take sides. Like, everyone wants them to win the Super Bowl.
Yes,
this year.
That's right. And I appreciate the thoughts, Ricky. Like, to me, I don't. Let's make it about whether it's Bean or if it's. I thought this as you're talking about, like, what's on his mind. If it's about Rory McIlroy driving away fast because he lost the Open, or if it's about, Diggs getting mad at Allen during a playoff game, on the most basic level, I love when the guys that are running my show care.
Yeah.
And if he cares, which I think he does, of course, I think that it's good. And if he's mad at me and other Bills fans that think that they've neglected a position, then that's just fine. We can sit here and get on Kevin Adams for neglecting goaltender. And if he yells at us about it, I'm like, all right, well, he's defending himself, but it doesn't mean we don't have the right to talk about it, the fact that it's there. So for Bean to be fiery, I said this yesterday after the segment. I said, he can come in and do that anytime he wants. He can come yell at us. We're big boys. We can handle it. I, of course, took exception to the fantasy football point because I think he's attempting to belittle any fan that thinks that as not a real fan and not understanding real football, saying you have to build a full team as if we don't know that. I mean, we talk about the team 20 hours a week. We're not forgetting about Josh Palmer. We're not forgetting about Dalton Kincaid, two players he said he thinks we're forgetting about. So, we're pretty informed. We do this all the time.
Yes.
This is not a guy shows up at the Super Bowl and asks a question. This was the people that are more connected than anybody that he talks to, more connected than Pat McAfee on the Bills. Yeah. So whatever. It is what it is. Robert in Halifax. Hey, Robert.
Morning, Joe. Morning, Jeremy. I want to say about yesterday, I have 2 points. One is a serious one about what was talked about yesterday, and the second point is for Joe and his lasagna. But to the first point, I thought Brandon Bean showed, let me say, not his best side of himself. And I thought when he used the B word, I thought he was unprofessional. I thought the way he approached the conversation to start with did not come in the proper spirit. He's a guest on the show. He represents the Buffalo Bills. And I don't think he represented the Bills in the most favorable light yesterday. You guys were asking legitimate questions. You weren't questioning him on a personal level, but on a professional level. And you were questioning his job and the way he did his job, which is fine, which is good, which is what I think your job is to do. And sometimes you have to ask some questions that can be a bit more, as Jeremy said, spicy. I think you're saying that very nicely. I think you asked legitimate questions, and I think he took it and made it spicy. And secondly, to Joe, I wanted to know what's the secret ingredient in the lasagna. I use a bechamel sauce. I will, if you guys can keep me on so I can listen, because I'm calling from Halifax. Used to live in Niagara Falls, Ontario. Love listening to you guys. Great show. Take care, boys.
Thanks, Robert. Do you have a special lasagna recipe?
No, because what's funny is, like, lasagna is maybe the thing I order the least, like, at an Italian restaurant.
You don't have a homemade lasagna you go to?
Not really. Make? I'm not really that big a fan of lasagna.
Whoa.
I'm not going to lie. Sorry, Robert. I mean, the one you're talking about maybe sounds good. Like, I would always order something else. Chicken parm, which I know isn't even like real Italian.
Doesn't like
it's American Italian, but
Bean's going to call back in and say, "All right, now this is too far.
One straw.
This is too much, guys."
I didn't like it. It's just not. It's not my go-to. It's not my favorite.
Rich in Lakeview before the break. Hey, Rich. Good morning.
Good morning. Hey, first of all, I call often. I love what you guys do, but what happened yesterday was good radio, guys. I mean, it's one of the reasons you're on YouTube. There's no way you did it purposely, but as of last night, you guys had 33,000 hits, which is about 20 times more in the infancy of putting this on there. There's no way you did it, but fans, we're insatiable, right? You need to do your job, and Bean's in the 54th market. I mean, listen, you don't know. He could have probably had the kids, something happen on the bus on the way in, and he took it, with the kids, he took it out on you, but it was great radio, and I think fans, media, and the teams are in collusion when things like this happen, because we are insatiable. We give a crap. I mean, it's better than radio-free Sabres that we get during every broadcast. I feel bad for Duffer and Marty that they have to smile and grin and when everybody sees what they're seeing. So in a couple weeks, you guys are going to be all hugging up at the charity golf match and fist bumping and doing it. You know that's going to happen, but we got engagement, and it shows that we care. I mean, it's like I look at the farming thing. I heard it 40 years ago. I mean, we have the show piece with Josh Allen, and we're still milking the cow by hand instead of bringing in technology. And that's so. It was just a question asked. Yep. I mean, Buffalo media were small, but I think you do a great guy. And listen, make sure you get a nice selfie and hug up when you guys in June at the golf thing. And Joe, and we're going to be kumbayaing, all three of us fans, you guys, and me. Great radio. Keep it up.
Thanks, Rich. It does drive home one point, and that is that, how many times did Bills fans yell at each other during the drought? A million? It was always a fight. We're always fighting about how they could get better.
About everything.
And now, the only times we really yell at each other, and I like to say that sometimes a joke like, oh, here we go, now we're going to yell at each other about things. Last year, the Worthy trade was this. For me, it was less about the players and more about, oh, no, this is a thing we're all going to get mad at each other about because we're going to talk about this. And Ken Dorsey is one, and the Josh Allen draft is another, and 13 seconds. We kind of go between the draft and the playoffs thinking like, well, let's see what happens. And there's not a lot of times where we are arguing about a thing and split. So that's what the draft highlights. It highlights your team taking a direction. And Bean did say something yesterday that I want to get to, and it's more of a McDermott conversation, but just pulling a thing out of his commentary. I did this with his end-of-season presser about Allen, and he said something yesterday about McDermott that I want to get to. But Bills fans, it's been a nice road these last 5-6 years, and that's not lost on anybody. Yesterday, as soon as I left, I went and picked up an order at BJ's, and two people. I'm just out of the building for 7 minutes, and two people recognized me and said something about this segment. First guy says, Brandon Bean's looking for you in the back, which I thought was funny. And then the next guy walks by and says, appreciate good football. Like, thanks, who doesn't? Yeah. Like if that's your message, you're missing a lot of what this is. So 803-0550 is our number, and 1-888-550-2550. We'll get more calls in. I want to ask about McDermott and what this draft does for him, for Bean, because, listen, last year was a transition. We're supposed to be bad. They loved to sell that point, and they can't do that this year. People are going to expect them to be great again. And with that comes pressure. Maybe the pressure is back. 803-0550 and 1-888-550-2550 on WGR. We had two draft parties, so we're kind of tired too. We were up late with you in the first round and the second round. It's a busy weekend for you.
Yeah, no, it was. I was just listening to the last few minutes of your show before I came on, waiting on here.
All right.
Sounds like 2018 all over with you guys.
Well, how so?
Well, you guys were bitching in 2018 about Josh Allen. You guys wanted Josh Rosen, and now you guys are bitching that we don't have a receiver. I don't get it. Like, we just hold on, let me talk. We just scored 30 points in a row for 8 straight games. A year ago, I get you guys asking why we didn't have receivers, but I don't understand it now. You just saw us lead the league in points when you add all the postseason. No one scored more points than the Buffalo Bills, including the Super Bowl champions. So you just saw us do it without Stephon Diggs, same group. How is this group not better than last year's group? Our job is to score points and win games. Where do we need to get better? Defense. We did that. So I get it. You got to have a show, and you got to have something to bitch about. But bitching about wide receiver is one of the dumbest arguments I've heard.
Okay. I mean, I wish you'd listened to the 2 hours and 25 minutes before that, because there's plenty of things we do like about your draft, and I find it curious the energy you're coming at us with, but I mean that's your choice.
I get it. I'm just like, let's be realistic. Our job is not to have. It's not fantasy football, like to trot out the best receivers. You got Josh Allen. First thing you got to do is protect him. You can't have everything. You can't have Pro Bowl wide receivers and have a Pro Bowl offensive line and an All-Pro quarterback and 3 great running backs. Like you gotta pick. Sure, I'd love to play fantasy football, but there's one football, Jeremy. There's one ball. You can't give it to but so many people. So that's where I'm like, I don't understand this narrative. I felt it a little bit from a couple of the reporters and the thing. Like, our job is to score points. It doesn't matter what receivers, what quarterback, what. If you score points at the level we scored, that is winning football.
No doubt about it. Something that we've said quite a bit, 30 points per game. Listen, like, I don't want to make this conversation about us, but what are we? We're just people that talk to fans and bring up conversations. Part of what, like, don't let it be the lie that we spent the day railing the Bills GM for not taking a receiver. It just did not happen. It's not what happened today. We talked about building their defense and the front seven and all that, and took a bunch of calls and things we like about this, and, you know, a lot of stuff. It was like, you know, I thought they would have gone receiver earlier, and maybe they just don't value the position the same way that other teams in the league do. Their actions would say they don't. And he heard us bring that up with Sal and got mad about it. And he's mad at the rest of the media for asking questions about receivers as well, I guess. So, I mean, we'll have people on Twitter that don't listen to the station and don't listen to us that much say they just railed on no receiver and disregarded the entire draft, which is not true. It didn't happen. Like, you don't have to call and defend Bean. We didn't come after him. That's it. And we also acknowledge frequently that what we're talking about is how to get them, not how to become a good team. They're a good team. They're a great team. They have more.
They're not. There's no outcome where they're not going to win the division and win like 12 games.
There's no disputing that they have a great team and their quarterback is awesome. It's really like all this trying to figure out, like, what's that little piece that's going to get him over the top. And if he thinks it's those pieces, then that's defendable. There's a lot in there. They did a lot of things that could be the best draft class they've ever had. And I don't want 5 years from now someone to claim that I was mad about it, because I'm not. I just think, like, yeah, you probably should add a receiver. You should do it. It's good business. It's good business to do it, but.
The Bills bringing in a wide receiver for a free agent visit yesterday. Elijah Moore, a former second-round pick, played for the Jets and the Browns. Last year had 61 catches for over 500 yards in Cleveland. He's had over 100 targets in back-to-back seasons. Hasn't necessarily been super efficient, but he's visiting with the Bills. Did yesterday. The Browns still have rights to him to some degree. It's an unrestricted free agent tender, which means if he doesn't sign with another team before the first day of training camp, the Browns would retain his rights. To hockey, the Stanley Cup playoffs last night. Panthers over the Lightning 4-2 to take a 3-1 series lead. Stars win 6-2 over the Avalanche. They take a 3-2 series lead. Tonight in hockey, Maple Leafs hosting the Senators, Hurricanes hosting the Devils. Both Carolina and Toronto can advance with wins. Minnesota and Vegas is at 9:30, and then 10 o'clock is Oilers and Kings. Both those series are tied at 2 games apiece. We had one series in the NBA come to an end last night. Cavaliers win by 55 over the Miami Heat. It almost set a record, and they're on to round 2. Warriors beat the Rockets to take a 3-1 series lead. That's your Paddock Chevrolet Sports Update. Paddock Chevrolet celebrating 90 years of being your hometown dealership.
Here's Madeline next. Hi, Madeline.
Hey, guys. I listen to the morning show every morning, and so I feel like a lot of the people, like you kind of said earlier, who are kind of on Bean's side are people who don't listen to their show like him, because if you did, you would know that, I mean, those two guys were talking about defensive players in the first couple rounds for the past month. Even this morning, they were going over like, oh, all these picks were great. And, of course, we're going to always talk about wide receivers because obviously our core is not ideal for what you want to get to the Super Bowl. And again, like, I think the hypocrisy of him even saying like, yeah, I haven't listened to the show. And then, you know, I don't want to necessarily prioritize a wide receiver, but then I'm going to work out Elijah Moore. And then I'm going to insult these guys by saying, oh, it's fantasy football and all this stuff. I think it's really frustrating as a fan because you're in this loop. I mean, we just did it again where we lost to the Chiefs again.
So that was Madeline from yesterday. I heard that call and I wanted to pull it, mainly for the part where she said, like, we have been talking about defensive players.
Yeah.
You know, this little spat we're going to put to bed largely. But anyway, good morning, Jeremy and Joe. I had something I was going to mention to you.
Did I like
a
all
funny
the picks?
thing.
I mean, I liked most of their picks.
Sure, I was fine with most of them. One thing I did want to correct. There's 2 little points of order here, if I could. And again, like, we'll start to move back into like the Bills before this little dust up happened. And that's number 1. It was I've seen a lot of people like that we hang up on everybody that calls and we shout down callers, and like, that's a good way to tell me you don't listen. So if today's your first day, like, oh, what are these guys going to do? Who are they going to yell at? You call us anytime you want. We take calls from everybody all over the place, and agree or disagree, like, we'll defend our points. You're able to defend yours. The idea that we just hang up on people and shout and don't like to have different opinions, that's not correct. So if it's your first day here, welcome in. That doesn't happen here. And then the other part was, I forget what it was. Not that important. Anyway, 803-0550, 1-888-550-2550.
I mean, what Bean did yesterday, but beyond his own thoughts on it, he did he not show that there is a polarizing issue or topic still with this football team that people disagree on? Because even the draft...
Is that the only thing they disagree on? What's the second issue?
That's what I mean, like...
McDermott and
I don't
game
know.
management?
Like, the draft wasn't really that polarizing, this draft.
No, I agree.
Like, it was mostly, we know they need defense. We know they're going to take defense. There's not really receivers worth taking in the first round. So, corner and D-line, like, there wasn't really much. And it was a pretty calm, cool, collected draft season, I feel like. Bean cites 2018. That was fiery back then because everybody picked their guy and everybody had their guy they liked more than the other, and everybody yelled about it for 3 months. And that was fun.
That was juicy.
That was great.
Even a year before that, we were all watching the quarterbacks in college.
Right.
And we were all invested.
Tracking them, definitely. I think what Bean brought out yesterday, at least from I tried to stay offline for a lot of yesterday, but I definitely saw a good amount, is that people disagree on this. That there are those that are, would make the same point that Bean made yesterday, which was we were one of the top teams in scoring. What do you mean we need a wide receiver? We're fine. Yep. We're going to win the division. We're going to win 12 games. Allen just won MVP. And then there are others that will say right back to that, well, why do you win MVP? Why didn't Lamar Jackson win MVP? Part of the point that was being made during that MVP race was, well, Josh Allen doesn't have as much as Lamar Jackson. Why wouldn't you want him to? And that was a lot of the counterpoint that I saw yesterday. He brought out, I think, a big polarizing topic, and to your question, I don't know what second place would really be right now.
Maybe McDermott and his role.
Sure. That seems pretty cool right now, though, doesn't it?
Yeah, we usually wait until January to get to that.
Or if they go, 6-6 in a regular season, then it comes up. But
and one thing I've said throughout this process about the receiver train, which got, it's like a fun bit. Just, a name for why we wanted one. One thing I've said throughout this is that I've maybe been skewed because I've given up on the idea of ever stopping the Chiefs. And, of course, the Bills shouldn't give up on that idea.
Well, they clearly haven't.
They have not.
No, they just...
Every time they come up against the Chiefs since 13 seconds, it's not... And this is a point I heard the afternoon show yesterday, and I don't think anyone would dispute this. Again, it's how you want to build a football team. The way that they have kind of tried to load up on defense in this full draft, they've not gone out and signed superstars to big money since Vaughn, but maybe people thought, or someone thought along the way, that they would load up on offense and really try to just outshoot them. Just really try to, fine, you want to go fireworks? We're going to go fireworks. We're going to build the best offense the league's ever seen, which this offense might be with like one more piece. So I just find it interesting that it's almost like this. It's giving them a pass defensively because I figure, and this is where the Super Bowl changed it for me. Sorry if I'm all over the place. Let me boil it down to this. The Super Bowl changed it for me because for a while it was no one can stop the Chiefs. You can never stop the Chiefs. They are inevitable. They had back-to-back seasons where their offense was not impressive.
Yeah.
And they made the Super Bowl both times. How did they win their Super Bowl? They did it with a defensive draft that was chock full of good starters. We made this point a lot, that the Chiefs' transition year, they won the Super Bowl. Something we talked about for the Bills. Hey, it's a transition year, but when you've got a quarterback this good and enough good players, you can still win the Super Bowl, even if it's a transition year. This year, and I guess that's what we're at now. What's the narrative of this year? Super Bowl or bust? Win it or else? Like, does Bean feel like it's win it or else?
What's the or else?
Or does exactly? Or does
that's the problem with that question for me always?
Or does Brandon Bean feel like Billy Bean famously did, Oakland A's GM, who said the playoffs are a crapshoot? The GM of the Oakland A's, one of the Moneyball things. You read the Moneyball book. His whole thing was, my job's to get you to the playoffs. Then it's out of my hands because
there's too much randomness in a small sample.
Randomness, and I wonder if Bean feels that way. These are maybe conversations for the future. Hey, I put together the best offense this team's ever had, and once we're in the playoffs, it's out of my hands.
But the thing is, he does cite, he did it in his press conference, didn't he, after the draft, that he doesn't see the offense letting them down in the postseason.
Right.
As reason for why they drafted the way they did, which, I mean, that doesn't sound like to me that type of philosophy, which is that it's a crapshoot. It sounds like you are taking it to mean something, but you're taking the other end of it, which is... Right, like I gave up 30-plus points to the Chiefs. I need to go all out on defense, and there really is no attention paid to. Well, the final drive of the year, you threw a bunch of screen passes to wide receivers that aren't even on the team anymore.
Right, yeah. He did say I would take Josh Allen down 3 with the ball every time. He said I'd take that every time. Down 3 with the ball, which is what they've been 2 years in a row.
Right.
I would take that every time.
Yeah, and I would not.
Well, that's one thing that it's another criticism I had of him. To me, that makes it sound like I did my job, and the offense didn't do theirs in that moment.
Right.
And he says the defense, of course, let them down over the course of the season, which is not incorrect.
Because it also is a point about, it could be about the offense too, though. I mean, it's the whole game. You're taking that I'm going to lose to them over the course of, how long is a football game? 45 minutes? I'm going to lose 60, right.
It's before 7 a.m.
Sorry, it's before 7 a.m., and I'm watching a lot of basketball recently, so that's all got me wild up. Okay, I'm going to take being worse than the other team for the first 57 minutes of the game. And that, to me, that's a loser's mentality from the start. And that doesn't have to just be about the defense. It could be that your offense didn't score enough points for you to be in the lead with the ball at the end of the game.
No.
So I'm not saying by that, it's not meant to be a criticism of Josh Allen at all. He is fully capable. He showed it on that 4th down play.
Yep.
He's fully capable
Superhuman.
of, in that spot, having a legendary drive or legendary moment, or moments when he's down 3 to Kansas City. But to say that I would take that, I would never sign up for that. I want the lead. I want to be up. I want to be better than them. Not I got to get a play at the end to win it. Especially when they've proven over and over that if it comes down to 1 or 2 plays, they seem to have that advantage.
Don in Long Island. Hey, Don.
Hey, guys. How's it going?
Good. How are
Thanks,
you
Don.
today?
I'm good. I just wanted to chime in quick about your little dust up with Bean yesterday. I really believe that, when you normally conduct an interview, you do it in a certain way. You always have like certain things you want to ask and get across, and you do it in a diplomatic way. And I believe that yesterday, because Bean was tuned in to you and Sal, he got to see more of an unfiltered Jeremy speaking about the wide receiver room, as opposed to you, massaging the question about that, you being a little upset about it. And because he overheard the conversation versus you getting the chance to ask him the question, I think that's what, led to him coming in fired up. It wasn't like, you normally would ask a question. You had a whole thing with Worthy and the draft the year before, and there was no fight about that. I think you were more fired up about that than you were about this.
Yep.
But the difference was that you got to ask him the question. This time it was like he was overhearing the conversation in the next room and then just burst in like, hey, what are you doing talking about me? I think that's what led to it.
Yeah. Thanks, Don. I think I was thinking about this yesterday. And again, if it's just he heard a snippet or he just legitimately thinks, we're crazy, that's fine. I was thinking about it from a scouting standpoint. It's like, did you do the full scouting package, or did you see one YouTube clip that you liked?
One highlight.
Right, one highlight. So, anyway.
You did ask the question at the end almost the same way, though, didn't you?
Yeah, I said...
almost the exact same way.
All that happened with Sal was I said, here's the question I want to ask him. I was like a radio tease. Like, I'm going to ask the GM
right.
a thing.
Right.
Here it is. This is what I'm going to ask. And Sal gave an answer. I said, well, that's not really the answer. I'm just going to ask him the question.
Right.
That was it. Which, we look forward to the opportunities to ask the coaches, ask the GMs direct questions. And, oftentimes it's tough to get real honest answers. And in that case, Bean came with the honest answer before the question.
Right.
Because he had heard it. 803-0550. Thanks, Don, for the phone call. More of your phone calls as we roll. We're kind of wide open today, so you can join us. It's going to be nice, and it's also going to be windy. The wind's going to come in and blow everyone. Get your garbage totes inside if they're anywhere out in the open or on the street, whatever. 803-0550, 1-888-550-2550 on WGR. Jeremy White here for morning, Sal. Happy post-draft day. Big weekend, busy weekend, of course. You down there at One Bills Drive and everything going on. Hectic weekend. Yeah. And, the story of the draft is, of course, that the Bills, and it kind of fits in with their offseason, it's a fully rebuilt defense, really, here, right? Just the sheer numbers that they've added to their defense. They've locked in some cornerstone pieces, and the front seven gets a big-time overhaul here.
Yeah, I wrote an article at WGR550.com, and the way I started it was like Oprah handing out cars. Brandon Beane handing defensive players to his defensive coaching staff. You get a defender, and you get a defender, and you get a defender, right? And really, at the end of the day, it really was mostly, though, defensive line and corner, right? And then you do have a player that can play safety. He's more of a corner, but we'll see. He might play safety. It wasn't anything like he's coming in. We had that big safety discussion. That never happened. They didn't try to replace what they have there. We had the wide receiver discussion. That never happened. They didn't try to replace what they have there. This was a clear focus by Brandon Beane. Ever since the beginning of the offseason, we have been kind of told that they were going to concentrate heavily on defense. I think maybe even to the surprise of me, 6 out of the first 7 players go on the defensive side of the ball. But I think this was a clear message by Brandon Beane. Listening to him after the draft, even talk about what was his quote? His quote was, I didn't feel the offense was what held us back in the playoffs, essentially, or in games, right? It's a pretty interesting quote when it comes time to analyze everything, and that's why they went defensive heavy.
I think the whole thing is interesting. Is it overblown? Maybe, maybe not. Though the takeaway is that the Bills' strategy, whether it's in year 2 or whatever, I guess I don't know where it starts and stops and where it ends. I listened back to the entire show before Bean came on as well.
Mm-hmm.
Among the things said by me specifically, I don't want to make today about receiver. I really like what they did in the draft. Direct quote. Said yesterday in the early portions of the show. People called us about wide receiver. Our first caller was about receiver. Multiple calls about that. We got calls about the defensive lineman. We talked about that. So, it is also our job to talk about the things that are most important to the fans. And the story of the draft, there's 2 stories. 1, they revamped their defense. And 2, they waited longer than everybody thought they would. The GM himself said, I'm surprised I didn't get one until the 7th round.
Right. So that there isn't. I don't. The whole thing that's been made of from yesterday, the reaction to it, and it actually happening, is still again. It's bewildering to me because I don't actually feel like there is. Maybe long term philosophically, there would be a different way of thinking right now between us and especially you on wide receiver and where Brandon Bean might be right now.
Right,
but. In terms of what the story of the day was and the draft, I don't really feel like there was that much of a gap. Right? It was, we don't think they're doing it in round 1, and we spent a little bit of time on Luther Burden, but we didn't do whole shows on, this is why they should trade up for Tet McMillan in the first round and go all out for it. It's not like we spent weeks on DK Metcalf. We talked about it.
We did.
For sure.
We did.
But it wasn't this 3-month-long campaign. We talked more about Myles Garrett.
We talked about Myles Garrett.
Way more about Myles Garrett.
We talked about Trey Hendrickson. I think
Max Crosby was never even near as available as those two probably were.
Wasn't the player I stumped for in the draft the most Malachi Starks?
I was going to say Friday was just about safety.
Friday I was sitting here saying they should take a safety.
We didn't even get to safety.
Right.
Yesterday.
They should take a safety. Outside of what if the Sabres wanted to make any news, they should have just slid that thing right in.
When is this Kevin Adams Terry Pagula meeting?
It's a good question.
Are we going to get a report that he's staying, or is it just nothing going to be said?
I don't know.
Because I thought we'll get somebody saying Kevin Adams will stay as the general manager, or if he leaves, of course, that will get announced.
Maybe today's the realignment day to get the focus off of what happened yesterday. Mo in New Jersey is up. Hey Mo, good morning.
Hey, good morning, guys. Thanks for taking my phone call.
Thanks for calling.
Anytime. Listen, I called yesterday. I was one of the people. Your show, you guys do a great job of dictating the way your show goes. And you take the calls, and your show kind of just flows, right? I listen on the Odyssey app, and I enjoy listening to you guys. So I was probably one of the callers that contributed to the, if you want to call it, the delinquency of the way the show went yesterday. I was complaining about the draft in the sense that, we went pretty much all defense. And this is for now, in my opinion, for Bean and McDermott, right? We need to show something for Josh Allen's career. That being said, you guys are hired to do your job. He's hired to do his job, and I think you do your job well, right? And we're allowed to criticize the front office and the coaching because that's what we do. We're fans, right? What else are we supposed to do? Just hold hands, sing Kumbaya, and just say, hey, I love what you guys do. Let's lose in the playoffs every year and destroy, every good feeling that we had for the whole season. It's not how it happens. And for him to come on your show, just my opinion, it's unprofessional, and there's really no reason for the way he came at you guys with I was actually surprised. I couldn't believe the force that he came with, the amount of tenacity and how upset he was. But hey, listen, that's his prerogative. Maybe he's feeling the pressure as well, right? So it doesn't excuse it, but that's the case. Anyway, I did not hear that conversation live, admittedly, because I do listen on the Odyssey app. I pick and choose when I can listen. But that clip was all over social media. And if anybody doesn't know what you guys look like,
yeah, they do now.
They do now. And I play this game in my head. I pretend like, okay, what does this person look like? Jeremy, I had a feeling you had a beard. I nailed that one. And then Joe, I thought you'd be a little bit skinnier. Nothing against you. I'm an overweight guy myself.
Mo.
when I hear the voice and I try to picture what somebody looks like, I think, hey, maybe this guy's like, I thought he was a little skinnier, but no. Listen, for you guys, thank you for everything you do. You do a great job. Keep doing it.
Listen, well, I'm not mad because I am happy that I did get. It was nice to get aggregated everywhere, being decked out in Liverpool gear yesterday.
It did happen
the day after winning the title.
Speaking of
that was fun.
What we were wearing, I mean, I'm wearing an Encore golf hat, so
yeah.
I saw Brett from Encore, who I'm good buddies with, and said, like, "You're welcome." I didn't plan on that, but yeah, the Encore golf hat. Thanks, Mo, for the phone call. Yeah, everybody's allowed to criticize the GM and the draft and, talk about the team and get after it. That's the other thing about it. I guess, whatever, we can dig into the minutia of what happened, but the larger point, you brought up McDermott and Bean, and maybe we'll get to this on the other side and more of your phone calls as well. Should anybody really assume McDermott wanted all defense? What's more realistic? I mean, McDermott probably wanted a guy too. For his offense. At the end of the season, he says stretch the field horizontally and vertically. He said that. So I think there might be reason to believe the coaching staff is wishing they did a little bit more. It's not just the fantasy football guys. I think the head coach might have wanted a receiver. I think the head coach might be a little bit, hey, thanks for 1 million defensive players. We'll have some battles in there, but we better have an answer out there because, we're a little bit light. I also do think mixed in this is that the Bills are stunned that Mac Hollins left. Still stunned that happened. So Bean brought him up yesterday a little bit, and I just don't want to let go of when he was asked what happened there. He said you'd have to ask Mac. He could just say, like, hey, and that might be a diplomatic way to say it, but to me it sounded like they're stunned that he left and they lost him. 803-0550. Not that he was some irreplaceable player. 1-888-550-2550. Jeremy and Joe, wide open for phone calls. When we return, thanks for your calls, and thanks for listening. Whether you agree or disagree, you can give us a ring. Good morning, Sal. Happy post-draft day. Big weekend, busy weekend, of course, you down there at One Bills Drive and everything going on. Hectic weekend. Yeah. And, the story of the draft is, of course, that the Bills, and it kind of fits in with their offseason, it's a fully rebuilt defense, really, here, right? Just the sheer numbers that they've added to their defense, they've locked in some cornerstone pieces, and the front seven gets a big-time overhaul here.
Yeah, I wrote an article at WGR550.com, and the way I started it is it was like Oprah handing out cars. Brandon Beane handing defensive players to his defensive coaching staff. You get a defender, and you get a defender, and you get a defender, right? And really, at the end of the day, I mean, it really was mostly, though, defensive line and corner, right? And then you do have a player that can play safety. He's more of a corner, but we'll see. I mean, he might play safety. It wasn't anything like he's coming in. We had that big safety discussion. That never happened. They didn't try to replace what they have there. We had the wide receiver discussion. That never happened. They didn't try to replace what they have there. This was a clear focus by Brandon Beane. Ever since the beginning of the offseason, we have been kind of told that they were going to concentrate heavily on defense. I think maybe even to the surprise of me, 6 out of the first 7 players go on the defensive side of the ball. But I think this was a clear message by Brandon Beane. Listening to him after the draft, even talk about what was his quote? His quote was, I didn't feel the offense was what held us back in the playoffs, essentially, or in games, right? I mean, it's a pretty interesting quote when it comes time to analyze everything, and that's why they went defensive heavy.
The Bills are bringing in a wide receiver for a visit, or they reportedly did yesterday. Elijah Moore, former second-round pick of the New York Jets, played for the Jets for a couple years, has played for the Browns for the last couple of years. He is coming off a career high in catches with 61. The Browns still have some rights to Moore. He's an unrestricted free agent tender, which means he's free to sign with any other team, but if he doesn't sign by the start of training camp, Cleveland would retain his negotiating rights at $3.4 million. So more visiting with the Bills. The Browns, meanwhile, have signed wide receiver Deontay Johnson to a one-year deal. Last year, he was bouncing around from Carolina to Baltimore to Houston, all in one season. Meanwhile, former Bill Amari Cooper, there's a report from Nick Harris in Dallas that there is a feeling in the Cowboys building that those high up would like to bring Amari Cooper back to Dallas. Their depth chart look like they also have a need at wide receiver. To the Stanley Cup playoffs. Last night, Florida wins over Tampa. They take a 3-1 series lead. Dallas wins over Colorado 6-2. They're up 3-2 in their series. On the NBA side of things, one series came to an end. Cavaliers won by 55 over the Heat to complete the sweep. Warriors win late 109-106 over the Rockets. Golden State up 3-1. That's your Paddock Chevrolet Sports Update. Paddock Chevrolet celebrating 90 years of being your hometown dealership.
Elijah Moore is here. He's a guy we've spoken to a few times leading up to the draft, and we just kind of put a pin in it, just like we did several other positions, and said, let's wait till the draft and see where we're at, see if he's still interested. If we took a guy in the first or second round, he's probably not too interested, but we didn't, and so we picked up those conversations over the weekend. He and his wife came up today and visited, and so we'll see. Nothing imminent today, anything like that, but a very good visit, and we'll see where that goes.
Bills GM Brandon Beane on Elijah Moore, which is an idea that I think we both like.
I do a lot.
Former second-round pick. Let me read you what Matt Harmon wrote about Elijah Moore. It's a couple years ago, but gives you an idea of the skill set. First off, he's a little bit like Curtis Samuel in that Matt Harmon has, of ReceptionPerception.com, is long when saying, I like this player a lot, he just needs a good opportunity. Mm-hmm. And for Moore, second-round pick of the Jets, on to the Browns after that. And when he went to the Browns, when he went to the Browns, Deshaun Watson's going to be the quarterback. And he says, they needed more juice in this group, and Moore is the guy to deliver. He can operate as the team's vertical slot in 11 or line up as the flanker in 2 receiver sets. While Cooper takes reps at the X, Moore has ample opportunity to shine and command targets. Success rate against man coverage is good. Intermediate area of the field, good. That's where the Bills like to throw the ball, right?
Yep.
He talked about how he's a good fit for Deshaun Watson, who thrived pushing the ball downfield in his Houston days. His ability to work underneath as a separator could provide Cleveland with an explosive layup target that they don't have. Browns offense positioned to be top-flight passing unit if their quarterback can rebound. But anyway, the Moore profile sounds like a good idea, and we'll see if that lands. I think he would slot in immediately with who does he battle? I mean, he battles Tyrell Shavers. He's battling for the 5th spot on the depth chart, but he's also battling for, again, this is kind of part of the genesis of yesterday, I guess, is a desire to see them add a type of receiver like that. That's been my thing all offseason is I need a type. I need a guy that can play on the outside. And for him, his ability to move into the slot and outside, that's valuable. But it's the speed, 96th percentile for his 40-yard dash at the combine. Right. That's how many years ago? It's 6, 7 years ago. But still,
it's 4,
okay,
4 or 5. He to me is that's that first draft class where it became all right. They need another guy. He wasn't my guy though. Rondell Moore was my guy. I think Elijah Moore's turned into a little bit better of a pro.
Yep.
And definitely a more versatile receiver. Rondell Moore does like one thing. Elijah Moore though last year, he was not efficient. Right? At all. Like over 100 targets, 61 catches. Like that's not really that great. If you dive into his numbers a little bit more, though, he was only 53% of his targets were catchable.
Yikes.
Half his targets weren't even catchable.
Yep.
So, and that's not really that hard to figure out. They had terrible quarterbacks. last year in Cleveland. So I'm not saying he's a great player, but yeah, I would be interested to see if he could do more with a better quarterback. He is definitely one of these guys where if you wanted to say, well, he could be different with Josh Allen, I feel like he could actually be different with Josh Allen.
Bills have him in for a visit. The guys are talking receiver again. I got him in. Tell me
he's here, probably right.
Tell me
well,
somebody else is in. We'll talk about that. 803-0550. You got full phone lines to chat with you. And one thing I just want to say about this whole team build, I don't want to continue to assume that McDermott and Bean are in lockstep in everything they do. It's one thing that Bean explained to everybody right before the draft, that it's not my pick, it's the Buffalo Bills pick. And we have disagreements along the way. And the Bills had, obviously, a number of players come in for top 30 visits. They chose a lot of those players. So here's something to look at. They chose a lot of the guys they brought in for visits or they had extensive background on. And one position that they brought in the most visits, they didn't get any. I almost wonder if they feel, whatever, not like really mad. They'll find other answers. But they went in thinking they were going to get one earlier and get one of the guys they visited, and they just kind of got sniped every time, which, that happens. 803-0550. But McDermott, I think a lot of Bills fans treat it as though McDermott would like them to become, I said Navy last week, but aren't we saying Army is the which is the offense that goes
Navy?
It used to be Navy.
Sorry, that doesn't throw the ball at all?
Yeah. It used to be Navy.
Georgia Tech.
Okay, fine.
They definitely don't throw the ball.
I think they both do it, though.
All
Like
right,
the
now-
triple option, Army and Navy, I think they both do it.
But do it like 4 times or do it like a normal team?
Well, let me use this one. I think there are Bills fans that treat McDermott as if he's Bill Belichick in the Hurricane game. He'd like to win with 3 passing attempts. And I don't think that's true at all. I think McDermott knows what's good to have on offense, and he, at the end of the season, talked about it. So my guess is, when they're down there talking about, all right, who do we add post-draft, my guess is McDermott is leading the charge for adding another piece where they didn't get a piece. We'll get your phone calls. 803-0550 and 1-888-550-2550. Bean also did say, by the way, when talking about his defensive line and the picks on the defensive line, you're allowed to pass on first down. In fact, it's advantageous to do it, right? Something to that effect.
He did. I liked hearing that.
He did talk. Your defense needs to be able to rush the passer on first down because teams throw on first down, and it's beneficial to pass on first down, which we'd all say, like, yeah.
That's what's so interesting is their defense forever has been built to as though they what do they value? They value even that comment. They know how valuable throwing the football is.
Yep.
And that's how they build their defense. They kind of build it, even this draft a little bit, right? Like the 2 defensive tackles they drafted, neither are being applauded for like this elite run stopping ability. They are interior defensive linemen, so they're going to be that a little bit. But I mean, what I'm hearing about TJ Sanders and what, like the way Joe Marino's talked about Deion Walker is these 2 might be better pass rushers than they are run stoppers. And the Bills have small linebackers forever, and they always play nickel and all this investment in the secondary, which I'm not complaining about at all. I think it's the right way to do it. It doesn't perfectly line up right now with the way they're also building their offense, which is, again, like kind of the curiosity of it. And I know this is a very long time ago, but one thing I thought of when you just talked about McDermott and Bean, again, this has been 4 years since this comment, but Sean McDermott once did call wide receiver the Bills' fastball. When they signed Emmanuel Sanders on March 18th of 2021, McDermott's exact quote was, "You never want to lose your fastball. We wanted to make sure we didn't lose it, the play at the wide receiver position." Again, that is 4 years ago, but
803-0550.
They had it in them at some point.
Kyle in South Florida. Hey, Kyle.
Well, good morning, gentlemen.
Morning, Kyle. How are you?
Hey, you guys accomplished something. Your boss has got to be happy. It's like the last day in April or second to last, and you've got packed phone lines in the slowest time of the NFL season. So congratulations there. I thought yesterday was great radio, and maybe I'm not going to pretend to be fake outrage because I hear a lot of people calling in, and I think you got a lot of fans who are misrepresenting your take, which is I know I've heard you guys say this, and I've heard the afternoon guys say this too. You don't want robots. You want people to be like Bean was yesterday in your front office, and we finally get a real moment out of this guy. Albeit, and as you said yesterday, I think you handled it well, Jeremy, that he missed maybe the broader point. But yesterday wasn't a culmination, or I should say yesterday wasn't about what he heard in your conversation with Sal. Yesterday was a culmination of a dude who thinks he's done really, really well, and he has. So for the idiots who keep calling in and says he haven't won anything yet, please stop. You're losing yourself. We were a joke of a franchise. Yes, we haven't won the Super Bowl yet. Noted. We've also rattled off 5 consecutive division titles. We put together a model franchise. So if I'm Bean and I'm feeling a little, peeved because I'm getting questions, and then exactly what happened, I think, is he tuned in late and he's like, oh, more of this, and he lit up. And it's like, I get it, Jeremy, from your point, the fantasy football thing is a little belittling. He took a little shot, right? Yep. I think that actually says more about your relationship with him and his ability, which you hear throughout that clip of him referencing you by your first name. You guys have a rapport, and you built a relationship to actually have that exchange. And how cool is that? So I thought it was like one of the, this, I call you guys a bunch. I love what you guys do. I thought it was one of the best exchanges we've had with the front office, this front office, ever. And I think it'll end up being something that's really cool. I would be shocked if down the road Brandon doesn't come back on. You guys don't have some fun with this. But for the love of God, for the pearl clutching, and the dude who just said the B word, and the person from freaking New Jersey who just said it's unbecoming of a professional. My God, have you ever worked in a passionate profession before? Please, the fake outrage from the fan base and is just exhausting. It was an awesome professional exchange of opinions when we had a general manager who has been very successful come in a little hot without context, probably take a position that was strong because he just got done with what he thought was a good draft. And the first thing he got asked by reporters was about what he didn't do, not what he did do. You didn't do that, Jeremy, but he caught that. And I think you realize that. And I just wish the rest of even the guys yesterday were offended. Like Shope and the Bulldog were like, talking about my friends that way. Come on, guys. Like, it was not that offensive of a conversation. It was awesome radio. And I just wish you had more time in that exchange to lay out for 45 minutes because I think it would have been riveting stuff. So kudos, to you to how you handled it, Jeremy. But I loved it, and I hope that's okay for me to say.
Absolutely.
I thought it was really good.
Yeah, Kyle, thank you. I appreciate that. I did say, in the next segment, he can come on and yell at us every week if he wants. We'll go. We'll do it. We're informed. Yeah. We all we want is, more answers, and if you want to tell us why you did a thing, then that's great. To the point about, all the things he's won, I want to make a comparison if I could. Life with Josh Allen is so interesting, and I didn't know that having a franchise quarterback this good would be this way. But it's almost like everybody over there has to be careful in a way. This is not Josh's fault. This is just a reality. Josh has proven he can win without Diggs. Yeah. Josh will prove he can win without James Cook if they don't sign James Cook, right? And if you're the GM, I'm not saying this is an active thought I have about they should move on from the GM, because I don't. Could Josh win without Sean McDermott? What do we all think?
Yes.
Could Josh win without Brandon Beane?
Sure.
That's this really sensitive piece. Allen is the key. Beane's the guy that pulled the card and drafted Allen, and he came in dropping that on the table. Bam, here you go. Remember Josh Allen? I do. And the reason that's the most important card to play is because that's the constant, and it's always going to be the constant. And if Allen, if you laid out the names, McDermott and Beane are both likely to leave before Allen, if they leave, ever.
Sure.
Allen is the one that everybody lines up behind. Allen is the one that everybody knows as long as you have him, transition year, all your captains are gone, no Diggs, no Davis, injuries to the offensive line could happen this year. Not going to be an issue. They're going to go win. Oh, Baltimore comes in with Lamar and the MVP, not going to matter. Josh is going to win. Josh is going to win that game. And it's just, to me, it's a little bit of a be careful, everybody down there, because you want to align yourself with him. But the moment you think you are the reason that they're winning, people will remind you, like, actually, it's that guy. It's Josh. You drafted him, but that's the guy that wins.
Yeah.
And for Bean, he has invested picks, Coleman, Kincaid, and right now, those two picks don't look like they're doing enough for Josh Allen. As soon as they look like they're doing enough for Josh Allen, hey, Bean has built this incredible offense, and look at the picks that are contributing in a big way. It's kind of, we've talked about this too, the side effect of everybody eats is that no one gets the production to look like they're worth what you invested. Mm-hmm. Whereas if we kind of ditched that and the offense ran through Kincaid and Coleman, we'd say, like, wow, look at these studs that Bean drafted.
All right.
So there's always this whatever. It's not quite politics, but Allen is the key to everything. He's the reason they have a good culture. He's the reason they're a model franchise. Is he a reason they're building a stadium?
Oh, man.
You get that franchise quarterback.
It's definitely an influence.
Your franchise value goes up, what, $1 billion?
Mm-hmm. Right. Why is Vince Carter and Tracy McGrady wanting to buy, and Josie Altidore wanting to buy part of the team? Yeah. I got caught in between, too, yesterday because there was a little bit of, well, right, he's won so much, and a little bit of, puffing your chest out because, right, look how different it is. Look how much better it is. Look how much more they win. 5 straight division titles, all this winning. One part of me completely understands that and empathizes with it. There is another part of me, though, that also thinks, yeah, but you haven't won it. Don't walk around acting like you're not the Patriots. Not yet.
Right.
You shouldn't really get to carry yourself like you've won 3 Super Bowls. It isn't that. I mean, when we were at our draft party on Thursday, was this the Thursday party or the Friday draft party? I think it was Thursday. And the draft is on the screen, and the Bills are up on the clock. And ESPN puts a graphic up that says
78
Buffalo
wins.
Bills, 78 wins, in the most wins in the history of the NFL in that amount of time without making the Super Bowl. That stat got put up on the screen. The most wins ever in that amount of time without making it to a Super Bowl. And what did everybody in the room do?
Groaned.
They groaned and booed it. Yeah. That's not to say that people are unhappy with the last 5-6 years, but it's the job that you haven't accomplished it yet. You haven't done it yet.
I like to make my comparisons. Aren't they, to a point, Rory McIlroy? You're one of the best.
Rory without the winning at the
well, there are other majors, but the Masters is the one.
The Masters, yes.
You're Rory. Yeah. Look at all these things I've done. I'm amazing. Yeah, but you got to win that one. And that was one of the things when Rory won the Masters, reading about that, we came in the next day, and I told you, I'm thinking about the Bills. I'm thinking about Josh Allen and the Bills. Because everyone knows you're good enough, but you haven't done the thing yet. And until you do that thing, the pressure of being good enough to win it is added. This isn't, hey, maybe Caleb Williams will bring the Bears to prominence. This is, everybody agrees this team's good enough to do it. Everybody.
Yeah.
How come they haven't done it? And that's a different kind of level of pressure. Brian in Richmond. Hey, Brian.
Hey, how are you?
Good, Brian.
So the crux of the problem from yesterday, I think, has to do with a couple of things. One is presumed knowledge by both parties there, and also the cost of being good. And what I mean by that is when being called in, he kind of laid open on you guys because he just assumed that you were dumb sports jocks who don't look at all the data and do analysis, and you guys do a lot of that, to your credit. And he just presumed you guys didn't know much about what you were talking about, and his comportment was not good, would you all? But the presumed knowledge on your end is that, and you said this a couple times, Jeremy, after his call, and then when you were on Buffalo Plus last night, that wide receiver takes a back seat with Bean, and you don't know that either. You're not in the draft room when they're sitting there and they're deciding, and they've got a wide receiver right next to a defensive tackle, and they go, no, I don't like wide receiver, I'll take defensive tackle. And I think part of the problem also is the cost of being good. One of the reasons we don't have that wide receiver is because we're good. And when you're good, you're not drafting low. It's not like Bean is passed on all these great receivers that, hey, look at all these great receivers we keep passing on. So that's just what I want to call in on. And I'd just like your feedback on that.
Thanks, Brian. No, you're not wrong. Like, I don't know that, which is why I specifically said I'm going to ask him that.
Right.
I knew on Wednesday the week before we were going to get the GM on Monday. And I'm like, all right, let's see this draft. Let's see how it goes. And like, all right, one of the things I want to ask is I don't know the answer to this question. I'm going to ask him.
Yep.
And he can give whatever answer he wants, and we can pick it apart like we pick apart everything. So thanks, Brian. You're exactly right. I don't contend that I know what their board looks like. It's actually one of the things I like to point out, that nobody knows what anybody's board looks like, and we don't have to listen to any NFL team for what they tell us after the draft because, they could just tell us what they want. And we kind of have to believe it. But that's why I wanted to ask. That was the whole genesis for I'm going to ask him this question. 803-0550, 1-888-550-2550. Some interesting notes on Shadeur Sanders and his fall, how owners had taken him off their board. We'll get to that, get to more of your phone calls, and have the top 10 jersey sales from the draft, the trivia question for him.
Yeah.
So we got lots, and we got time for you. If you're on hold, Silas Mark, give us a ring, 803-0550. If you were trying to get through before, we have an open line now, 1-888-550-2550 on the Bills. And more on Elijah Moore as we go, too, because I do think that's a good idea. Elijah Moore, which is an idea that I think we both like.
I do a lot.
Former second-round pick. Let me read you what Matt Harmon wrote about Elijah Moore. It's a couple years ago, but gives you an idea of the skill set. First off, he's a little bit like Curtis Samuel in that Matt Harmon has of perception.com. Has long been saying, I like this player a lot. He just needs a good opportunity.
Mm-hmm.
And for Moore, second-round pick of the Jets, on to the Browns after that. And when he went to the Browns, when he went to the Browns, Deshaun Watson's going to be the quarterback. And he says, they needed more juice in this group, and Moore is the guy to deliver. He can operate as the team's vertical slot in 11 or line up as the flanker in 2 receiver sets. While Cooper takes reps at the X, Moore has ample opportunity to shine and command targets. Success rate against man coverage is good. Intermediate area of the field, good. That's where the Bills like to throw the ball, right?
Yep.
He talked about how he's a good fit for Deshaun Watson, who thrived pushing the ball downfield in his Houston days. His ability to work underneath as a separator could provide Cleveland with an explosive layup target that they don't have. Browns offense positioned to be top-flight passing unit if their quarterback can rebound. But anyway, the Moore profile sounds like a good idea, and we'll see if that lands. I think he would slot in immediately with who does he battle? I mean, he battles Tyrell Shavers. He battles
he's battling for the 5th spot on the depth chart, but he's also battling for. Again, this is kind of part of. The genesis of yesterday, I guess, is a desire to see them add a type of receiver like that. That's been my thing all offseason is I need a type. I need a guy that can play on the outside. And for him, his ability to move into the slot and outside, that's valuable. But it's the speed, 96th percentile for his 40-yard dash at the combine.
Right. That's how many years ago? It's 6, 7 years ago? But still.
It's 4.
Okay.
become the highest paid tight end in the NFL. 4 years, $76 million. $40 million of that is guaranteed for Kittle. The Bills had a free agent visit yesterday. Elijah Moore, wide receiver, Cleveland Browns last year, 61 catches was a career high for him in 2024. The Browns, meanwhile, are signing Deontay Johnson, wide receiver, to a one-year deal, and there's a report that the Cowboys are interested in a reunion with Amari Cooper. Stanley Cup playoffs last night. Florida wins over Tampa, taking a 3-1 series lead. Dallas over Colorado to go up 3-2. Tonight you have 4 games, the first of which is Maple Leafs Senators at 7. Toronto can advance to the second round with a win at home. Those are your Paddock Chevrolet sports headlines. Paddock Chevrolet celebrating 90 years of being your hometown dealership.
Well, this was an unprecedented slide, Laura, and a lot of people had speculated that the Cleveland Browns would have some interest, but it was much earlier in the draft. The Browns liked him, but not that much to use a high pick on him. They even picked Dylan Gabriel ahead of him. But when Shadeur Sanders continued to sit on the draft board at pick 144 in the 5th round, the Browns felt compelled to move up in the draft to take a player at that time. And who would have thought that we would be talking about Shadeur Sanders like this as a draft value? That's how they viewed him at that point. And they now have 5 different name quarterbacks going into training camp.
Shout out Kenny Pickett being called a name quarterback.
Yeah.
Adam Schefter. 2 things on Shadeur Sanders' slide and some news out there. Boomer Esiason has something on this. I didn't realize this one part of the point about Sanders, which makes total sense. I didn't realize he didn't hire an agent.
Yeah.
He didn't hire an agent. And what is an agent going to do? Talk to all the teams and get their honest assessments and tell him you're not going second overall.
Right.
It's not happening.
So don't build a draft room.
Yeah.
With all the hats and, because they did that.
Don't act like you're just going to get drafted in the first round because of who you are. These teams don't think you're that good.
Yeah.
That's what an agent would have done. Boomer Esiason said on WFAN, after talking to 3 different personnel people in the NFL this weekend, they didn't even have him on their board. They took him off, and they took him off because owners said, take him off. I don't want that guy. I don't want this entitled person on our team, and I don't blame them. That's what Esiason said about this, and basically said that when he went in, Esiason further, when you listen to him talk right prior to the combine about how if you want a new culture in your locker room, I'm the guy to do that. I can turn it around. He's very high in himself. I think that's very off-putting to many, many coaches and GMs in the league.
Yeah.
So that explains the slide. The idea of draft me, I'll change your culture, didn't sit well with GMs and coaches who take something like that very seriously.
Yeah.
So he slid down the board.
Well, especially when, and there were, you've seen a lot of what's happening right now. Teams are leaking things to kind of explain that, hey, this isn't, I saw someone call it Kaepernick level collusion in the NFL. I don't think it graduates to that at all. But you're seeing teams explain it by okay, well, he tanked the interview. What do you expect us to do? Because there was a little bit out there that he purposely didn't do well in interviews with teams that he didn't want to go to. And there was another report about how he just missed things. We had put in purposeful mistakes on installs to see how he would do with them, and he just didn't notice them. So there were other reasons for it. But why he slid, to me, is probably just that it is his personality not lining up with the prospect. And when you get to a point in the draft, when would this be? Round 2, round 3, maybe more so? Where if you're not spending a first-round pick on this guy, and it's not, well, he's the plan. He's going to be the starter. He's going to be given every opportunity to be the starter. At some point in the draft, what does it become? How would this guy be as a backup? That's what the draft becomes after what? Round 3? Yeah. Round 4? How would this guy do as developmental quarterback behind somebody that we're probably going to be playing this year? And with all the confidence and the name power, what do teams often do in those situations? Why didn't Cam Newton ever get signed as a backup quarterback? Because teams don't want that as their backup quarterback. They don't want a headache as their backup quarterback. They want a dude who's friends with the starter and isn't going to make any headaches. And when it becomes, okay, now we're at a point in the draft where he's a backup, he's everything you don't want as a backup.
Yeah, if you have a young guy, you don't want...
And that's why he fell.
Right. If you have a young guy, it's you want to give that guy the opportunity to take the job. If it's a franchise guy, you want to prop him up. If it's a developmental guy, you got to make sure... There's always politics in terms of the quarterback room. Mark in Tonawanda is up. Hey, Mark.
Hey, guys. Thanks for having me on. Sorry, I don't have a lot on the Shadeur thing. But, Jeremy, idiots like me calling in all the time, and for you to say that you never cut anybody off, to me is just disrespectful to the 45 minutes I spent in the gym parking lot where I told my girlfriend I'd be working out, but I'm on the line with you. But, no, I just think yesterday was great. And it's not often that people can call you, Nate, or Shope with guns a-blazing like that. And the fantasy football comment, it was awesome. And here's my point with all this. You guys have the luxury of being the only all-day sports talk radio in the city and in Buffalo, and you guys are critical of everybody. When somebody calls in and is critical of you, it's like, oh, my God. Like, this is major headline news. It's Brandon Beane's disrespectful. Oh, it's good. Everybody blows you up on Twitter. And it's like, there's only a handful of people that could do that because you guys got control of the radio. You guys got control of the button. But here's my point, and this is the reason why I called. I am dying for Kevin Adams to be in a position to talk to you the way Brandon Beane talked to you yesterday and say, listen, you guys have been talking about a puck-moving defenseman, an offensive kind of defenseman, and you're still talking about it because they're good. This team stinks, and it's nice to see a little fire under a GM, and I wish Kevin Adams would have a fraction of that kind of passion with the media, with this building this whole embarrassing roster. But I thought it was great radio. I don't feel bad that it happened to you yesterday. I call all the time. I hope you don't take it personal. I thought it was great. I'm not even listening to you. Thanks, man.
Yep. We don't cut people off. I mean, unless they ramble and start to get bad cell phones. It really doesn't happen.
Yeah.
And sometimes we do because it's just, you're losing the plot. But, it's one thing that was said a lot yesterday that's just flat out untrue. And any idea that people call this show and if they challenge us, we freak out. It's one of those things. You think you're always right. People will say that. I always ask anybody, don't you? Who doesn't think they're right? The instant you think you're wrong about something, you change your mind. That's what everything is. Listen, I think I'm wrong about this, but here's what I think. Who would do that? Every person that calls this show has an opinion, calls in and thinks they're right, and we think we're right, and Brandon Beane thinks he's right because you do the work and you form opinions based on whatever research you have. So, Mark, you're entitled to your own interpretation of whatever happens, but
also thank you for believing that I have the sway to get ESPN to put that on their front cover story yesterday.
That's another thing.
Yeah. I called who works at ESPN anymore. I called Stephen A. Smith to make sure that they were going to do that.
Right. It is kind of funny,
It's a joke.
Whatever, inside the curtain here. I don't care at all that went around the world. In fact, I wish it had.
I
wish it hadn't.
1,000%.
I wish it hadn't.
Totally wish it hadn't.
You guys are so wonderful. This gift, basically, you're viral. All this means is that a lot of people called me names yesterday. Let me tell you how great that was. It was awesome. Good times.
And now believe that this is new bulletin board material for the Bills when it isn't.
Right. Wow. You
Sweet.
Guys,
yeah, that's great.
What a win. So, it's our job to talk about it. That's what we do. Let's get another call in. Dennis in Lockport. Hey, Dennis.
Hey, guys. Great show. I'm not going to belittle you guys. I love you guys. Hey, quick question. You're talking about Elijah Moore. I'm glad you were talking about him. I want to get a little what you guys think about him. But how about Keenan Allen out of Chicago? There's been some rumors, too, Buffalo was interested in, and I want to see your guys' take on that one.
Thanks, Dennis. I feel like I don't know when this happened, but every receiver became a slot receiver, right?
Yeah.
Allen's supposed to be primarily a slot guy, a bigger, slower, power slot. Keenan Allen's game is similar to Keon Coleman's, right? Big, strong, power slot. So
yeah,
I just don't think structurally it's a fit because they could probably use a faster guy like Elijah Moore.
Yeah. The rumor, by the way, wasn't necessarily a rumor, Dennis. It was, I saw this, it got aggregated a little bit too, but it was just CBS Sports had an article, like, best fit for each remaining free agent, and somebody put Keenan Allen on the Bills for that. So I haven't seen any rumor about them being interested in him because I don't think you need another slot receiver, another possession receiver, which to me is what Allen is. I like Moore. Don't think he's amazing, but that's the skill set I'm looking for. A sub 4.4 guy who runs vertical routes, can play all around the field, especially down the field, which is the only thing I think the Bills need to improve on offense. And he's somebody they had in. So he's the name to me to be thinking about more than Keenan Allen. I don't think Keenan Allen makes much sense.
803-0550. Greg in Kingston. Hey, Greg.
Hey, good morning, guys. Thanks so much for taking my call.
Sure.
Just wanted a couple of comments. I mean, the NFL draft is so exciting just because of the variety of positions. And just to validate your question yesterday about wide receiver, a very valid question. And just a couple of things I'd like to hear you comment on. I think the Bengals are an interesting test case in an organization that's focusing on receiver, having signed Chase and Higgins. And I know we often talk about the Chiefs and how they're moving, but curious if you think that's kind of instructive at all. And maybe to Bean's point about having to focus on, football players and the organization of the whole team. And then also just curious to hear about if you think that, perhaps what happened with Diggs is a reason, having Allen kind of keep the leadership. I'm wondering if they're being more cautious in terms of maybe getting that alpha wide receiver, as receivers tend to be. Curious your thoughts on that. And I just want you to keep asking the question and appreciate it. And thanks so much for taking the call.
Thanks, Greg. I wonder that because he did slip in there about, you get guys get frustrated. There's only one ball. So I don't know if they're still feeling the effects of Diggs commanding more targets than the rest of the receiver group. I've maintained throughout the Diggs tenure that one way to get him fewer targets commanded to him would be to give other options that were better. And he was the good option. And their other options when he was here were not all that good. So that's a part of that.
He did say they were number one after trading Stephon Diggs.
Yep. They were also they were very, very good with Diggs for 3 out of 4 years.
And that could be a lot. That could be a lot of the attitude too. Yep. I wouldn't be surprised by that. That it's not just what they did in the draft, but it's a long-ranging feeling of I made a bold choice to dump my number one wide receiver, and that had been elite for 5 years, and what we did was finish top 2 in points. Mm-hmm. And his feeling that he should be given credit for that, or that the team should be given credit for that more so, I would get why that would be the source of the tone yesterday.
And to the Bengals, there are a lot of teams that pay 2 receivers. The Eagles, people need to pay more attention to the Eagles. The Bills can be the Eagles.
Well, okay.
Financially.
Right. Are you talking about receiver specifically or the whole thing?
The whole thing.
Another thing that happened yesterday that I heard Bulldog say, I hadn't even thought about in the moment, was when he said you can't have Pro Bowlers at every position. And I heard Bulldog yesterday be like, Philly does. Philly is, maybe you even said it too. They have Pro Bowlers at every position.
Yeah, almost. They have a lot. And
including wide receiver.
And running back, and tight end, and offensive line.
And defensive line, and linebacker. And
what's happened to the Bengals, which, listen, I just end up thinking that the salary cap exists as an excuse for owners. And GMs work for owners. What's the difference between the Eagles and these other teams? The Eagles spend more, move more money. They go to the wall for as many players as possible. The amount of money the Eagles have spent on their offense, and then they draft defense. And what's the difference between the Eagles and the Bengals? The Bengals draft picks have not hit. They've not had as successful draft picks. They've not traded up as much as Philadelphia has. But I don't think that Higgins and Chase will in any way be prohibitive to the Bengals having a good team. Other personnel decisions might, but paying 2 receivers is not something that has to hurt anybody. It was for a while, the long-held belief was, well, no quarterback on a second contract has won the Super Bowl. Mm-hmm. Remember saying that? Remember people saying that? Would anyone ever make that case again? Now all these guys make $50 million. There's 20 guys that make $40 million. Mm-hmm. And the cap keeps going up and up and up. And some teams decide to build around that quarterback on the offense. And the Bills have big money in Dawkins. By the way, you know who one of the Bills' highest cap hits is? Which is
this year?
Which is fun to kind of talk about.
Is it Knox?
Dawson Knox is one of the top cap hits.
Yeah.
$14 million, I think, is his cap hit. Anyway, that's a little aside. It's just to say the Bengals are not the only example of what to do. And again, that's paying receivers, not drafting them, just paying them.
All right.
So a big part of this point, a huge part of this point, pretend it's a different position. Do you want defensive ends in the draft? In part because it makes financial sense? Probably. Mm-hmm. That's a good point to make. That you're paying a lot of veterans big money. Your draft picks are free labor. Where are you going to get that cash? Where are you going to make that up? And the Bills have an opportunity here to have defensive players now outplay their contracts on some of these deals, which is something you want. It's why you want a lot of draft picks. 803-0550. Thanks for the phone call. And Cincinnati, I don't think is a cautionary tale any more than Philadelphia is proof that it works. A lot of ways to win, and the Bills could win as presently as presently constructed, which is something else we said yesterday, and we'll continue to say. Elijah Moore, we'll keep talking about him because that might happen. Jeremy and Joe, 803-0550 on WGR. Two things on Shadeur Sanders' slide and some news out there. Boomer Esiason has something on this. I didn't realize this one part of the point about Sanders, which makes total sense. I didn't realize he didn't hire an agent.
Yeah.
He didn't hire an agent. And what is an agent going to do? Talk to all the teams and get their honest assessments and tell him you're not going second overall.
All right.
It's not happening.
So don't build a draft room.
Yeah.
With all the hats and, because he did that.
Don't act like you're just going to get drafted in the first round because of who you are. These teams don't think you're that good.
Yeah.
That's what an agent would have done. Boomer Esiason said on WFAN, after talking to 3 different personnel people in the NFL this weekend, they didn't even have him on their board. They took him off, and they took him off because owners said, take him off. I don't want that guy. I don't want this entitled person on our team, and I don't blame them. That's what Esiason said about this, and basically said that when he went in, Esiason further, when you listen to him talk right prior to the combine about how if you want a new culture in your locker room, I'm the guy to do that. I can turn it around. He's very high in himself. I think that's very off-putting to many, many coaches and GMs in the league.
Yeah.
So that explains the slide. The idea of draft me, I'll change your culture didn't sit well with GMs and coaches who take something like that very seriously.
Yeah.
So he slid down the board.
Well, especially when, and you've seen a lot of what's happening right now. Teams are leaking things to kind of explain that, hey, this isn't, I saw someone call it Kaepernick level collusion in the NFL. I don't think it graduates to that at all. But you're seeing teams explain it by okay, well, he tanked the interview. What do you expect us to do? Because there was a little bit out there that he purposely didn't do well in interviews with teams that he didn't want to go to. And there was another report about how he just missed things. We had put in purposeful mistakes on installs to see how he would do with them, and he just didn't notice them. So there were other reasons for it.
Hey, join us in the fight against cancer by riding with Bulldog and WGR's Ride for Roswell team Saturday, June 28th. Once you join the team, you receive an email to pick up your team T-shirt, water bottle, and Thomas Pro Bikes on Walden Ave in Lancaster. Not a rider, you can still support the cause by donating to our team and helping us reach our goal of $10,000 before the ride. Visit WGR550.com for details. Heard from a lot of people yesterday. People I went to high school with, like, whoa, you're on ESPN. Like, thanks.
Yeah.
Talked to Howard. What else did I talk to?
I talked to a station in Toronto about it yesterday.
Yeah. Busy day.
Yeah.
Well, let's hear it for flowering trees. That's all. I like to say it every year.
Yes.
Let's hear it for flowering trees.
Yeah, this is good. Although I think it already ended. The cherry blossoms.
Yeah.
It's very quick. It's like a week.
I have a great
Not even a
appreciation. Things I appreciate. Drafting wide receivers and flowering trees.
We need the rest of the trees to get going here, though. I was looking down my street yesterday, and like 3 trees on the whole street have anything on them.
Yeah.
The rest of them need to get it together here. It's almost May.
803-0550. If you're on hold, we have a wide open segment. We will buzz through some phone calls here. Get your thoughts. Get ours on Elijah Moore as an idea. And we also have the scheduled release date, which is not far away.
Like 2 weeks.
2 weeks. We're going to have the schedule in 2 weeks. And then we can get mad about, that. Maybe yell at each other about something. Maybe they're going to Brazil. No, they're not going to Brazil.
They could go to Ireland.
They could go to Ireland.
I would love if they go to Ireland. Oh, I'm rooting for it.
Jeremy and Joe, 803-0550. If you're on hold, we will get right to you on the other side here on WGR.
Don't build
RussellsNY.com. Yeah.
With all the hats and, because they did that.
Don't act like you're just going to get drafted in the first round because of who you are. These teams don't think you're that good.
Yeah.
That's what an agent would have done. Boomer Esiason said on WFAN, after talking to 3 different personnel people in the NFL this weekend, they didn't even have him on their board. They took him off, and they took him off because owners said, take him off. I don't want that guy. I don't want this entitled person on our team, and I don't blame them. That's what Esiason said about this, and basically said that when he went in, Esiason further, when you listen to him talk right prior to the combine about how if you want a new culture in your locker room, I'm the guy to do that. I can turn it around. He's very high in himself. I think that's very off-putting to many, many coaches and GMs in the league.
Yeah.
So that explains the slide. The idea of draft me, I'll change your culture, didn't sit well with GMs and coaches who take something like that very seriously.
Yeah.
So he slid down the board.
Well, especially when, and there were, you've seen a lot of what's happening right now. Teams are leaking things to kind of explain that, hey, this isn't, I saw someone call it Kaepernick level collusion in the NFL. I don't think it graduates to that at all. But you're seeing teams explain it by okay, well, he tanked the interview. What do you expect us to do? Because there was a little bit out there that he purposely didn't do well in interviews with teams that he didn't want to go to. And there was another report about how he just missed things. We had put in purposeful mistakes on installs to see how he would do with them, and he just didn't notice them. So there were other reasons for it. George Kittle's become the highest paid tight end in the NFL this morning, signing a new 4-year, over $75 million contract. $40 million is guaranteed with the 49ers. The Bills had a free agent visit at wide receiver yesterday. Elijah Moore, who was coming off a career high in receptions, 61, with the Cleveland Browns last year, former second-round pick of the New York Jets. Speaking of Cleveland, with Moore possibly leaving, they're signing wide receiver Deontay Johnson to a 1-year contract. In hockey, last night, some Stanley Cup playoff action. Panthers over the Lightning, 4-2. Stars over the Avalanche, 6-2. Florida takes a 3-1 series lead. Dallas a 3-2 series lead. Tonight, you have 4 games, the first of which will be Maple Leafs hosting the Senators at 7 o'clock. Toronto advances to the second round with a win in Game 5. In the NBA last night, one series came to an end. Cavaliers dominating the Heat. They won by 55 and sweep the series. Warriors win a fight-filled affair. There was some stuff in that game. They win by 3 at the end and go up 3-1 in the series against the Rockets. That's your Paddock Chevrolet Sports Update. Paddock Chevrolet celebrating 90 years of being your hometown dealership.
Mina, was it a mistake for the Bills to not take a receiver?
Is Brandon Bean watching NFL Live? Because I have to be careful now. Look, no, in some ways. I like the players that they drafted a lot, and he is correct in saying they had to add to the defense. They just paid a couple of players there, Greg Rousseau, Christian Benford. So you're going to have to find value at high-value, expensive positions. Defensive line, corner, I love them adding the players that they did there. I also like this receiving group, but I do kind of wish they added speed, and that's not just about the draft. Frankly, that's about free agency as well. I think they've got size, they've got guys who are fantastic working out of the slot, and they added Palmer, who's a great possession receiver. I just would have loved a deep threat for Josh Allen.
NFL Live on ESPN there. I saw Brett Coleman, who I respect greatly as well. He had a good point here about Bills fans that are frustrated that don't have a true number one. But to be honest, half the value of having that guy is just to dictate defensive structure, and that's important. However, your quarterback is Josh Allen. Defensive structure kind of doesn't matter. You're fine. That's what he said. Like, your quarterback is so good, it doesn't matter. He can beat all structures.
Yeah,
which we'll see. Coleman was one that wrote a piece about the Bills' passing game after the Texans, and then of course they traded for Amari Cooper, but. Anyway, we're on it's a Tuesday, and we're chatting about it. 803-0550. Differences of opinion on how to build a football team. Business model for 20 years. That's what we do here. And we talked to Brandon Bean about it yesterday, and it was spicy and good and passionate. And, we're recapping it a little bit. We're also talking about Elijah Moore, who they have in for a visit, which makes total sense. More speedy second-rounder, not one of these Isabella, KJ Hamler.
No.
Tiny, only speed, return man second-rounders, but like a real honest-to-goodness, this guy could play receiver, had 100 targets last year in the NFL. So I think it's as good an idea as anything left.
Yeah, each of the last 2 years he's had 100 targets. I think maybe the biggest key difference to why he's been a little more successful, a little more consistent in his career than all these other former second-round picks the Bills have brought in at that position is I just think he's a better route runner than all those guys.
Yeah.
He's a better separator. Like, right, Isabella was crazy speed that he maybe didn't know what to do with. And Claypool, same thing maybe, like crazy size and speed that he just didn't really know how to execute it, how to do it. A tools guy. And Hamler, you could say the same thing. Hamler was crazy speed, whereas Moore, there's more on tape, there's more numbers that back up that he knows how to get open. Maybe not at an elite level, but he knows enough to be a guy that's had, he gets you 400, 500 yards minimum every year, and there's a year in there where he gets closer to 700.
Yeah. That's another part of this. I don't know that our conversation this year has been about you got to find a new number one. It's just been about more pieces. And what Mina Kimes said there, speed, which was what the head coach also said. 803-0550, if you want to chime in on that, you can. There's one other name, Deontay Johnson. Had mentioned him before the draft. He's awesome, but you can't count. You just can't count on him. He's an awesome wide receiver, an elite separator, some drops, but he went from Pittsburgh to Carolina to Baltimore to Houston in 5 minutes.
Yeah.
Or was it Houston to Baltimore? Whatever it was.
Baltimore to Houston.
Okay.
He got traded to Baltimore, and then he wasn't playing, and he got mad, and then he went to Houston, and he wasn't playing.
That's one of those ones I wonder if he was still out there. Would the Bills do that? That's kind of like a Claypool situation. He got kicked off the Dolphins or whatever it was. Something didn't go right.
He got kicked off the Bears.
Off the Bears. Went to the Dolphins.
Yeah.
Lasted not that long. Anyway, that's the kind of stuff you usually wait for training camp, but Deontay Johnson is caught on with the Browns, which I don't know that it's going to work. He's got tons of ability, but I don't think you can count on him.
Do you remember the game here in Buffalo? Was that Sunday night maybe where he had 2 drops on the opening drive and Tomlin benched him? And it was like, thank goodness.
Yeah.
Because he was getting open, right?
Yeah.
It was a couple of plays. But that's what he does. And I remember a game here where he had a couple of drops early and Tomlin put him on the bench. And it was like, obviously a benefit to the Bills.
Give us a ring. We'll talk about defensive backs. We'll talk about safety. We'll talk about McDermott's defense.
They haven't done anything with.
They did not do safety, except for Jordan Hancock, who, he could maybe be transitioned from nickel to safety. So that's an option. We'll talk about any of it you want to. 803-0550. And one guy that's going to be interesting to watch is their 4th-round pick, Deion Walker, because he's had a back injury. He had a good 2023, not a great 2024. And we'll see if the Bills can get that thing on track. As you said, he's their big guy that looks like a run stuffer, but maybe isn't one. So we'll see. These draft picks fit a lot of needs, and they have overhauled their front 7. And we'll get some more phone calls here. Thomas in Buffalo. Hey, Thomas, good morning.
Good morning, fellas. How you feeling?
Feeling all right. How are you?
Thomas.
I'm hanging in there. Oh, congrats on making it on ESPN, fellas. I wanted to say that first and foremost. But a few points I want to make. The first point is I don't have an issue with us taking a cornerback with our first pick because, like y'all said, we needed one. And at the time for where we was picking that was the best person on the board. So I don't have an issue with that. But the one thing I will say for everyone who's pissed off that we didn't take a wide receiver, I mean, look at Green Bay. They don't have a true right number 1. And look how good they did. Hell, they damn near made the NFC title game. And the second point I want to make is that was one of the best interviews y'all had with Brandon Beane because I'm actually glad he said what he felt and he didn't hold back because I'm tired of listening to all these other interviews where people are just holding back because they're worried about who they're going to piss off or who's going to be mad, and who cares? It's like, get over yourself.
Thanks, Thomas.
That's what I'm going to say.
Thanks, Thomas. The follow-up is obviously the Packers drafted 2 receivers, including their first-round pick.
Yeah. They have guys, and they went after it anyway. Yeah. And
just adding that as a footnote on, look at the Packers. I mean, the Packers looked at themselves and said, first-round pick.
Wasn't that, and that was kind of true of other teams. I mean, Tampa in round 1 has 2 great veteran receivers. Yes, one is coming off an injury, and I'm sure that plays into a little bit too, but they did pay Chris Godwin. Mm-hmm. Even though he's coming off an injury, they committed to him, they paid him, and they still spent their first-round pick on a receiver. The Texans used their first draft pick in the early second round on a wide receiver, despite the fact they already have an amazing number 1 receiver in Nico Collins. And you'll find this everywhere.
Is Tank Dell going to miss the whole year?
He might. Yeah, he might.
Serious injury.
But again, it's not. But that's for their number 2 receiver.
Yep.
And you have guys. You might like your room, but you just are seeing more. You're seeing more. I don't think it's disputable. You're seeing more investment in the position from other teams than you are from the Bills.
And that's one
over the course of several years, going back to when they traded for Diggs. When they traded for Diggs and they signed Sanders, and before that Beasley and Brown, there was a pocket there where right around when I mentioned earlier, that comment where Sean McDermott said the wide receiver was their fastball. There was a couple years there where they did it. For the most part, with free agency, maybe never with the draft, but it just hasn't been the same.
Buff in Dallas is up. Hey, Buff.
Hey, good morning, guys.
How are you?
Morning.
I'm good. I like the draft. I mean, honestly, all the way up until before they picked that tight end and the lineman and stuff like that, and even down to the D tackle from Kentucky. I think that was a pick like a promise. Hey, we get your buddy, we can get you on the team. You know what I mean? Some stuff like that. It happens. So I think I'm with you. I've been on the receiver train for a while. You give us Justin Shorter out of Florida. From there, your credibility just went out the window because I don't care how good the guy was in high school recruit or whatever. He didn't show us anything at Florida. It was worth taking. Then you just sell him to us like he's the best thing since Randy Moss or something. Then before then, was Kelvin Benjamin? You know what I mean? So I felt like with Diggs, you got our mouth watering, and we got the best 4 or 5 years of what a structured offense should look like. You know what I mean? With number one receiver. Like right now, I know they scored a lot of points, but I mean, when the play breaks down, don't it look like backyard football to you? Can you be honest with me?
Well, that's good to have. I think that Allen's able to do that.
That's
you got to give him credit.
Yeah, that's something I want to stay in his game. And sometimes I think their offense is a little guilty of taking that out of his game.
Well, this conversation to me is also about, like, it's not even debating what it is, but debating what they were last year is their model sustainable is the question. Yes, it absolutely worked last year where when Bean's on with us yesterday and he's saying you can't have Pro Bowlers at every position, and he's talking about having an offensive line and having his quarterback and having 3 good running backs. Like, these are the choices that they've made, they've prioritized. This is how we're going to build our offense. And in the first year of that experiment, it worked. It worked. It has to come with other things, though. And for me, that is always looking at turnovers and taking care of the ball. And that is the question to me. It's not what happened last year. Does everybody believe that it just will be like that forever? That if you have this type of offense, that it's sustainable? Because I'm not saying that it won't, but I'm not as sure as the general manager sounds. That, yes, this is sustainable. That your run game and your line being great, but not having necessarily the best wide receivers and even the best tight ends, because the tight ends haven't produced in that way, that can work. I think you could see a little bit of regression. I don't think you could see a lot because Josh Allen's their quarterback, but I think you could see a little.
I'm trying to think when there was another expect regression point. Was it
about the Bills?
Yeah. Did we have one of those? Hey, there's
I know there's a bunch about the Sabres over the years.
That might have been it.
Really, like
that might have been
individuals and their goal scoring from a couple of years ago. With the Bills, yeah, I'll try to think on that. I'm sure there's been something, though.
Here's one that might be coming.
Probably 20. Well, we thought about defensive turnovers, didn't we?
Yes.
It usually is about turnovers in football.
Yeah. That's where, you got Ben Johnson. Here's new coach of the Bears. He hasn't won anything. I know. He's an offensive coordinator that's been to the NFC Championship game.
Yep.
He got the job as the Bears. We'll see what the Bears do. They drafted a receiver, even though they're pretty stacked at the position. But Ben Johnson said in one of his interviews before the draft, that the number one thing that determines whether or not you win a game is not turnovers, it's passing EPA differential.
Mm-hmm.
Which, by the way, a lot of what the Bills have shown to be is the same thing.
Right.
It's pass and stop the pass. And, what we're in now is the really small parts of how are you 4 points better against Kansas City? And there are justifications for both. Just allow 4 fewer points or score 4 more points. They're equally valid.
Yeah.
For being to say I'd take the ball with Josh Allen down 3 every time, all right, you got that. Let's find a way to get those 4 points. It is 2 games against the Chiefs in a row where they did not get into the end zone.
Yeah. Well, in those situations, not to pick on that clip, that quote too much that he makes, is if you are in those situations where it is a late fourth quarter situation and you are down, what are you doing? Or what at least should you be doing? I know they ran the ball on first down of that final drive against the Chiefs, but when the clock is ticking and you don't have a lot of time and you're down, then you have to be more and more reliant on your pass game. And you saw, what the Bills tried to do on that final drive to beat the Chiefs last year was to do what they've been doing all season, which was they tried to run the ball a little bit, even though they didn't have a lot of time for it, and they tried to throw screen passes. That was and they had a hero ball moment from Josh Allen that almost pulled them out of it, like it can do at certain times. And that to me is the difference, in my opinion, about what just the little differences that they could have in their offensive build is when you get into that situation again and you are down 3, the situation the GM would take with the ball in the quarterback's hands to have another card to play that isn't just running the ball, screen passes, yak plays, the stuff that did get them there but did not get them over the finish line.
Scott in Rochester up next.
Hey, guys. First off, kudos for keeping your cool yesterday. I think the most off-putting part for me was Brandon Beane had always come off as a calm, cool, collected, like Southern gentleman. And yesterday was like a Dr. Jekyll, Mr. Hyde kind of moment for me. Like we've never experienced that side of him, and it was very off-putting. If I'm being honest, I was a little. My opinion of him definitely changed a little bit. And I know, Jeremy, you're a fellow 1979er. Do you remember when Ryan Leaf lost it on the media back in the day?
Yes. Don't talk to me about that. Knock it off. Yeah.
He freaked out. It was in the locker room, right?
Yeah. Yep.
Exactly. That's all I can think of, and all I can think of is like Dean's alter ego now is Brandon Leaf, where he's going to lash out and be like, "Don't talk to me about receivers, all right? Knock it off."
Yeah.
Like it was very off-putting. Credit for what he's done with this team. Like, there's no doubting the success of this team and what they've done for the franchise, especially coming out of the drought. But there's no need to, think to that lowest common denominator and be like, oh, this isn't fantasy football, and I drafted Josh Allen. It was just his whole tone was very off-putting. I hope maybe he does a little reflecting on that. I don't think he needs to issue an apology or anything, but he just, I don't know. It was very off-putting, and I hope he's better with the media moving forward. That's all. And thank you guys for all you do. I listen often, and I don't think it was warranted what he did. Thanks, guys.
Thanks, Scott. I'll kind of defend being here. Everyone's going to snap every once in a while. Listen, if you're tired of hearing me say something, I can identify with that. I get tired of hearing myself talk all the time. So if he's tired of hearing me talk about receivers, he's not alone, and that's okay. I would echo the idea that he is often very buttoned up, very good. I think McDermott does this well too. Think about McDermott. McDermott had this image of under control, fundamentals. Mm-hmm. We don't really see him get all that angry. And I would say all the time to people here, I think behind the scenes, he is a fireball of competitiveness. I don't think you ever have to doubt that these guys are competitive. Mm-hmm. NFL teams, there's full PR operations to make sure that things always look good. That's what. Think about this. What's the most interesting thing that's happened to the Bills in the last year? Diggs drama. Oh, he tweets stuff. James Cook, get him out of here because he said he wants $15 million. Mm-hmm. As soon as anything goes outside of the building, what do the GM and coach say? We'd like to keep that in-house. Want to keep that in-house. Mm-hmm. They are constantly trying to protect their own information, protect the image. It's kind of like the NFL with the shield. These teams are very protective. And I do want to leave a little bit of space for a GM to get fired up about something, whether that's some host crosses him the wrong way or he's mad at a player. Bean got spicy on the J.D. McKissick's agent, right?
Yeah, I remember that.
Yeah, so I want to, of course, leave room for you to go off the handle. Lord knows I've done it plenty of times in 20 years on these airwaves, and when I do it, sometimes I feel like, all right, maybe it was a bit much, but, so I want to leave space for that, but appreciate the call. Madeline, go ahead, Joe.
Just very quickly, I don't think it, any idea that it, is his reputation now, to me, isn't the case. I mean, he's been here long enough, and like you said, how buttoned up they've been in front of the media before him specifically. The reason it kind of is shocking in a way is because it is kind of unlike him in the. It's different than when, Ken Dorsey is just very new on the job at offensive coordinator, and it's his second game, and he is tearing up the booth on camera.
That's a great point.
That becomes his reputation because it happens right away when we first start finding out about him. We've got 7 years.
Sure,
it's very different.
Yeah, and he's still here and still one of Buffalo's people, so he's got lots of support. And I don't know, maybe he was out reading bad draft grades and could have been a couple things. Madeline in Virginia. Hey, Madeline, good morning.
Hey, guys. I completely agree with everything you said. I called yesterday on the afternoon show and talked about a little bit of this. But I feel like since then I've kind of softened on what his point of view may have been. I mean, obviously we all know, the defense was needed. I mean, we all agree last year it wasn't the best. We couldn't stop, the Pats for the first time ever, which was crazy. And so, I don't think anybody who thinks that Bean was out of line there probably disagrees with that, because that's such a blatant need that we all, obviously saw. But again, I think he kind of insulted the fans and you guys, obviously, with the whole fantasy football thing, and that wasn't great. And again, a lot of the people who are agreeing with Bean, again, I think they're just people who haven't watched the show. I mean, I find a lot of people who are criticizing the media and things like that, especially on the local level, they're just not, watching you guys on a regular basis, and I watch you guys every day. So, maybe I'm just more well-read than the average listener. But I do think that I was a little bit confused as to some of where he was coming from, because he did kind of neglect the wide receiver position for a while after, we had Diggs. I mean, Beasley had to come back, and, there's a reason Cooper hasn't been re-signed yet. So we need speed on offense, and I don't think Bean would disagree with that, but it is a little bit confusing for him to come out in that way because, I understand the whole we scored 30-plus points, and that's understandable. We did. Our offense was fantastic, but points don't always equate winning. I mean, the Chiefs got to the Super Bowl without scoring that much. So, I don't know.
Thanks, Madeline.
Thanks, Madeline, for the call.
That is another part of this, the context of multiple years. Someone will write to me who should they have taken? It's I don't know. Anybody. That's kind of the idea about the business point of this. Go cycle in the last 5 drafts and swap out 3, late running backs or defensive ends or 5th round, and just throw something at this position's upside is higher. An example here. I'm not here to tell you that the tight end that they drafted is a bad idea. In fact, it fits quite well. Great blocking tight end. They needed a tight end 3. Okay, good by that. Pick the tackle that they drafted after him. Special teams, yada, yada. I guess what I would get at is if you get one scratch-off ticket, Joe. I'm going to let you buy a scratch-off ticket. They have the same odds of hitting. One of them is a $1 ticket for 1,000, and one's a $1 ticket for 10,000. Mm-hmm. What should you buy?
The latter.
The one that has the higher upside.
Sure.
So that was a big part of why I wanted to ask him the question about positional value because, and again, the fantasy football point, the reason I thought it was, whether it's out of line or just misguided, is I'm using the NFL's practices. Mm-hmm. So it's not. You might think I'm just playing fantasy sports, but the NFL's decided that these guys are important. So it's not about, they should have taken Jalen Royals in the 4th, which they could have done, or Torrey Horton, or in the 3rd. Maybe they got scooped by the Patriots, who took Kyle Williams.
Yeah.
One thing, I was gonna get to this with the draft. I had a lot of good questions, and we kind of got sidetracked. But how many mock drafts do? You do a bunch of mocks. And at the end of those mocks, they would have come up with draft classes. How many of those draft classes included receiver? He didn't have to answer this, but probably most of them, maybe half of them. It doesn't mean that they failed. It means the board does what the board does, The draft happens to you, and you just react to it as it goes.
Right. Well, he also made a point, though, and this came up a few times yesterday over the course of the day, that, all right, so, if I wanted a receiver in round 3, they ended up with a 3rd, right? Round 3 or round 4. What is that guy? That guy's going to beat out Curtis Samuel to be the number 4 receiver, or he's going to beat out Keon Coleman to be the number 2 or the number 3 receiver. No, not on paper. When you come into a year and you draft a guy like that, you're not expecting him to unseat guys at the top of your depth chart. But if you ever want to get lucky, or you ever want that to happen, if you don't, it's never going to happen if you just don't take the swing at all, right? Mm-hmm. No, I wouldn't expect Kyle Williams, if they had drafted him, to come in and be playing over Curtis Samuel at the beginning of the season. But you would leave yourself that upside, use your lottery ticket analogy. You're buying a lottery ticket that, if he cashes, then he is. And you can't cash that lottery ticket if you don't buy it in the first place.
And there's another point about
at that position specifically.
Sure, free agency versus a draft pick. If you draft a 4th-round guy, let's say he's Curtis Samuel, and after 1 year it's not working, you just move on. if Curtis Samuel's not working, his cap hit this year is $9 million.
Right.
And it's just
you're eating a chunk of
you're eating money you wouldn't have to if you had. I mean, more picks, I guess, is one of the ways to get around this. We don't always have to talk receiver. We're happy to talk other positions. We're also happy to talk with you about whatever it is you want to talk about. So you can join us. Thanks for the calls today. Thanks for the conversations. Thanks for the kind words. Thanks for the clown emojis. Got a lot of those.
Clown emojis.
I got a lot of work yesterday.
Yeah.
The clown emoji was busy.
Listen, I saw, again, I tried to stay offline mostly. I saw one of we're barred from the parade, if there ever is one.
Oh.
You will have to, the things you have to do keep me from that parade.
Barred from the parade.
I'm going to that parade.
It's like the guy that once called me on a Bills pregame show and said I wasn't allowed to be happy because I didn't want Josh Allen. All right, the sadness parade is over here.
Poor Josh Rosen just catching stray. He's just probably off doing whatever in his normal life now because he's not in the NFL. And he's like, I'm just getting, again?
Yeah.
Every day.
Last I saw his
buried.
LinkedIn profile says he's a real estate agent.
There you go.
I bet he's a hell of a real estate agent. I don't know. 803-0550. I think the smart NFL evaluators know they don't know everything. And most reasonable people kind of know they don't know everything. I say that about us. And GMs as well. 803-0550. More of your phone calls. Thanks for the calls. Thanks for the conversations here on a Tuesday morning on WGR. One guy that's going to be interesting to watch is their fourth-round pick, Deion Walker, because he And one guy that's going to be interesting to watch is their fourth-round pick, Deion Walker, because he's had a back injury. He had a good 2023, not a great 2024, and we'll see if the Bills can get that thing on track. As you said, he's their big guy that looks like a run stuffer, but maybe isn't one. So we'll see. These draft picks fit a lot of needs, and they have overhauled their front seven. Good morning, Sal. Happy post-draft day. Big weekend, busy weekend, of course, you down there at One Bills Drive and everything going on. Hectic weekend.
Yeah.
And, the story of the draft is, of course, that the Bills, and it kind of fits in with their offseason, it's a fully rebuilt defense, really, here, right? Just the sheer numbers that they've added to their defense, they've locked in some cornerstone pieces, and the front seven gets a big-time overhaul here.
Yeah, I wrote an article at WGR550.com, and the way I started it was like Oprah handing out cars. Brandon Beane handing defensive players to his defensive coaching staff. You get a defender, and you get a defender, and you get a defender, right? And really, at the end of the day, I mean, it really was mostly, though, defensive line and corner, right? And then you do have a player that can play safety. He's more of a corner, but we'll see. I mean, he might play safety. It wasn't anything like he's coming in. We had that big safety discussion. That never happened. They didn't try to replace what they have there. We had the wide receiver discussion. That never happened. They didn't try to replace what they have there. This was a clear focus by Brandon Beane. Ever since the beginning of the offseason, we have been kind of told that they were going to concentrate heavily on defense. I think maybe even to the surprise of me, 6 out of the first 7 players go on the defensive side of the ball. But I think this was a clear message by Brandon Beane. Listening to him after the draft, even talk about what was his quote? His quote was, I didn't feel the offense was what held us back in the playoffs, essentially, or in games, right? I mean, it's a pretty interesting quote when it comes time to analyze everything, and that's why they went defensive heavy.
The Bills had a wide receiver in on a visit yesterday, Elijah Moore. We'll have a guest coming up at 9:05 for a few minutes to talk more about him. He had 61 catches for Cleveland last year. That was a career high. Former second-round pick of the Jets. He was just on a visit, hasn't signed with the Bills yet. The 49ers today signing George Kittle to a giant 4-year extension, making him the highest paid tight end in the NFL. He's staying in San Francisco. In the Stanley Cup playoffs last night, Florida over Tampa to take a 3-1 series lead. Dallas over Colorado. Stars are up 3-2 in their series. Tonight there are 4 games, first of which is Maple Leafs and Senators. 7 o'clock puck drop. Toronto advances with a win in Game 5. And in the NBA, the Cavaliers are the first team to advance. They sweep the Heat with a 55-point win. The Warriors squeak past the Rockets 109-106. They're up 3-1 in their series. Those are your Paddock Chevrolet sports headlines. Paddock Chevrolet celebrating 90 years of being your hometown dealership.
But I need 5 minutes to tell you what a bad idea Deontay Johnson is. And I'm right there with you, by the way. I don't think it's a great idea, but here he is.
And it's not like he played good football last year.
No. Why do they think that they're the team to get him headed in the right direction?
With no clarity at quarterback.
Absolute cancer to the locker room.
Oh,
Every locker room he's been in. He flat out refused to go in the game in Baltimore. He's like, no, I don't want to play. It's like, what? That's not an option. You don't get to have that option.
93.7, 92.3. One of those is Pittsburgh, one of those is Cleveland. Which one's that? That's the Fan in Cleveland.
92.3 is Cleveland.
Okay. Yeah. I believe that's 92.3, the Fan in Cleveland on Deontay Johnson, who was caught on with the Browns. Jeremy and Joe, good morning. We're on YouTube. You can catch us there.
Yeah.
Maybe you didn't know we were there until yesterday.
Yeah.
Here we are.
You can watch.
Yes.
Very quickly, I was just Sam Paniavovich, who comes on with Show Up on the Bulldog on Fridays. He was just texting me about Offensive Rookie of the Year odds.
Okay.
And we were just talking about rookies in the break. He loves Omarion Hampton at 16-1 to be the Offensive Rookie of the Year. We were just talking about Luther Burden, though. He is plus 5,000. This is not something we could bet on in New York State, by the way. But I'm looking at Twitter right now, and I got Ben Johnson talking about how the ball tends to find his slot receiver, and that was Amon-Ra St. Brown in Detroit, and now Luther Burden is there, and he ran 88% of his routes out of the slot. I mean, if I could bet Offensive Rookie of the Year, I would be looking at Burden, especially given that he's behind, he's at the same odds as Jalen Milroe.
Where did Milroe go?
Seattle.
Okay, that's right.
He's not even going to play, probably.
803-0550, draft is in the books. Some of the draft reaction. What's the story out there other than, Travis Hunter, the first press conference they had there in Jacksonville was all about his spot as receiver.
Yeah.
And what else?
I saw complaints yesterday about, was it Dan Orlovsky, somebody on ESPN, that they are not paying, it was Peter Schrager, they're not paying enough attention to Cam Ward. That he's the most under-talked about first overall quarterback in a draft that he can remember. And there's one reason for that. It's that Shadeur Sanders took over this draft.
Yeah.
Took it over. And I don't know if that's good or that's bad. I don't think... I'm not really that interested in him. He's Deion's kid, okay? He was a fine prospect. He's got an ego. He went in the 5th round. Whatever. If he starts for Cleveland, whatever, it'll be interesting to watch, but
the Browns are signing up for an awful lot of attention.
But isn't it crazy? I mean, it's not, because it is Deion's kid and all that comes with it. There's a reason for it, but he got 20 times the coverage that the quarterback that went first overall did.
Yeah.
And I don't remember ever seeing that.
Quick question for you. Looking at a mock draft for 2026 at The Athletic.
Oh, geez.
From Dane Brugler.
Oh,
first,
no.
the fun question. We'll get back some phone calls. First, the fun question.
God.
Who picks first?
First overall?
Yep.
Oh, because he's not just... Okay, good. He's not going with, last year's order?
No.
He's got the Steelers would be fun. It's not Pittsburgh.
Saints.
That makes sense.
The Bills, where do they pick?
32nd.
30th.
Again?
Yes, they lose to...
Wait.
This is good.
No, it isn't. That's not good. Who's 31st?
Because you see a draft order, you can see, like, all right, how'd it go? The Bills pick 30th, and so if that would happen, who'd they lose to in the AFC Championship game?
Kansas City.
Baltimore.
Okay. Well, at least that's new.
Baltimore. And the Eagles win again. He put the Eagles at 32. What do the Bills take?
Dare I say it? They take a running back.
Safety.
Running back wasn't what I was thinking. Safety?
Safety.
Okay.
Alex in Rochester. Go ahead, Alex. What's up?
Hey, guys. Thanks for having me on. So, you guys handled yourselves great yesterday. I like Bean, but I got to say, that was unprofessional and condescending. His response in the chair that he sits in should be, we're trying to get better at every position, wide receiver, that should be the response. So for him to come at you guys like that, I thought was unprofessional and condescending. And I also got to say that, we have to remember that the ways in which we lost against the Chiefs, which is really all the season comes down to, all the talk in the preseason, during the season, it's all going to come down to, at least we tend to believe, right, a game against the Chiefs or a moment against the Chiefs. And we've had the ball in those situations. I'm sure you guys have talked about this. I'm one of those listeners that kind of takes the offseason. I don't listen every morning in the offseason to you guys, but during the season I listen every single day. And I just think it's incredibly off-putting the way that Brandon Beane handled that. So I think he should give you guys a private apology. I say no to a public apology because it's got to be good for your show. I could barely get on this morning. It was busy the whole time. Like, your exposure, all press is good press. So congratulations, you guys are getting some spotlight on you. But I think Beane was unprofessional and condescending.
Thanks, Alex. Yeah, I don't need an apology.
For me, it was just the fantasy part of it. Not just, but that was most of it for me. It's just the fantasy part of it. As if your opinion is just rooted in you play fantasy football. It's the only reason you could possibly think that this team needs a wide receiver. That's it.
Right.
And I think there are tons and tons of good points, a lot that you made about why you would do it. That aren't, I just want guys to put up, 1,000-yard seasons and big numbers.
I'm at spot track for why I would do it.
Right.
He did, of course, talk about the receiving weapons and say you got to include Kincaid. It was a different revisiting of think of him like a wide receiver, and compared him to Kittle and Kelsey.
Yeah.
Or at least said those names as weapons in those offenses. Today, Kittle gets a big contract extension. We've said this a few times. This is a massive season to decide if Dalton Kincaid gets the fifth-year option picked up. He has to be good enough to...
Way better than last year.
Yeah, I think
right?
so. And
way more efficient.
Yep.
More volume. Him and the quarterback got to be on the same page. There was a number about... I don't have it off the top of my head, but there was something about uncatchable targets that he led the league for tight ends and uncatchable targets. And that might sound like a quarterback stat, but whatever. It's just, to me, those two being on the same page. And then, again, figuring out what he is. Where is he? Where is he this matchup nightmare?
Yep,
is he the matchup nightmare when he's going up against linebackers? And are you even able to get him covered by linebackers? Is he a matchup nightmare for smaller nickel corners? I mean, I don't know. If he had his rookie season again, would they pick up the fifth-year option?
Maybe. That's 73 catches.
73 catches, just under 700 yards. Would that be enough for them to do it?
That's definitely not Travis Kelce, George Kittle caliber tight end production.
No, right.
Which gets to, we have to kind of decide, each of you out there has to decide what you're going to do. Is it the individuals or is it the sum of the parts? Is it Beane drafted Kincaid and he wasn't good enough or his numbers aren't good enough? Or is it he's part of an offense that scored the most points in football? Because I'm inclined to think that the second one is actually the better measure. When Beane says we scored 30 per game, I think that is right. And I was skeptical about your offense's ability to work. Then you brought in Amari Cooper, and it kind of righted itself. The timing worked out. In his postseason presser, he said Cooper's arrival added 7 points per game to their production.
Yeah.
Which is, again, like this whole conversation where every headline out there that aggregated was like, Beane gets testy with criticism of his draft. He hadn't even heard criticism of his draft. He just heard he was about to get us asking, hey, this position, of course, maybe he doesn't undervalue it. He's traded for it twice at the deadline.
Mm-hmm.
They just haven't invested a lot of draft capital in it in the later rounds. They're not really throwing it there that often. I guess that's not even true. I'm like, whatever.
And the point about like being number one in scoring, I mean, that's where it's like, what's the point of talking about anybody on the offense that was underwhelming or let them down? Okay, like come at me with, all right, Dalton Kincaid needs to be better this year, and we plan on him being better. Can I just say to that, who cares? Doesn't matter. He was bad. He wasn't good last year, and you were number one in the league in points. Why do you care if Dalton Kincaid's better this year? Why do you care if Curtis Samuel stays healthy?
Yeah.
He was not healthy last year. You were number one in points. It's too generic a conversation. The league goes through ebbs and flows. And I'm not saying that it'll go all the way back next year to the Bills are airing it out 5 wide receivers wide, but we've seen them before our eyes. They build a pass-heavy offense that had weapons all over the place and were one of the best offenses in football. And then the league started to shift and defenses played you different and you did something different. Well, last year, what did defenses start doing to the Bills? They bailed on the too high safety shell. And they still found a way to score. But those defenses are, if you stay stagnant, they're all going to go into the lab over the course of the offseason. They're going to try to find ways that work better against what you have than what they did last year. Just like what happened to them the first time, and then the Bills shifted, like the league did.
Yep.
So there will be more little shifts along the way, and I thought one of those little shifts would be getting somebody that can stretch the field a little bit, force those defenses to go back into the too high safety shell that they weren't playing you at last year.
803-0550. 1-888-552-550. One other thing I was going to mention, I forget what it was. We'll get to it. Hey, the schedule comes out in 16 days.
Yes.
2 weeks from Thursday schedule, which means international games are usually the days before that. So we're probably 2 weeks away from getting those. You know, they do like Good Morning America is going to announce who's on this and who's this, and the NFL opening game of the season in Philadelphia and all that. So we'll keep taking your phone calls. If you're on with us, we'll get to you. Happy to have you. Thanks, everybody, for calling in and being passionate. We welcome it on the phones, whether it's a GM or it's a caller. You call and be passionate. We like to do the same and hang out.
We also have your ticket to 8 amazing golf experiences. I don't think either of us are golfing today.
No, we did have an amazing golf experience, the four of us, at Diamond Hawk, which is on the list of WGR VIP golf experiences with this VIP golf card.
It's a beautiful course. And it was a little bit rainy at the beginning of the day, and we went on there, and the course was completely fine.
Yes.
Like dry all the way around.
Memories were made, gentlemen.
Oh, we got to talk about the shot Josh had at some point. So for the low price of $129, you get Diamond Hawk, you get Shamrock Hills, Atticus 10th Hole and Golf Course, Bobolinks Golf Course, Golf Dojo as well. If it's a rainy day, you want to hit up the simulator. Your WGR VIP golf card will also hook you up with a free box of Vero X1 golf balls from Encore, and you get deals from Rick Zurek Golf Warehouse on Transit in Bowmansville. So, and a portion of the proceeds will benefit PGA Hope, which is great. Get all the details. Purchase your WGR VIP golf card today at getmyperks.com. Very quickly, I was just Sam Paniavovich, who comes on with Show Up on the Bulldog on Fridays. He was just texting me about Offensive Rookie of the Year odds.
Okay.
And we were just talking about rookies in the break. He loves Omarion Hampton at 16-1 to be the Offensive Rookie of the Year. We were just talking about Luther Burden, though. He is plus 5,000. This is not something we could bet on in New York State, by the way. But I'm looking at Twitter right now, and I got Ben Johnson talking about how the ball tends to find his slot receiver, and that was Amon-Ra St. Brown in Detroit, and now Luther Burden is there, and he ran 88% of his routes out of the slot. I mean, if I could bet Offensive Rookie of the Year, I would be looking at Burden, especially given that he's behind, he's the same odds as Jalen Milroe.
One guy that's going to be interesting to watch is their 4th-round pick, Deion Walker, because he's had a back injury. He had a good 2023, not a great 2024, and we'll see if the Bills can get that thing on track. As you said, he's their big guy that looks like a run stuffer, but maybe isn't one. So We'll see. These draft picks fit a lot of needs, and they have overhauled their front seven. Well, you think the last 24 hours for me have been stressful. Get to me today between 3 and 5:30. Champions League semifinal, leg one. Don't start loading up Liverpool highlights. Nobody cares. Get out of here.
Let them load up anything.
We go away. Let's talk about
John. You want to talk about soccer? This is the big day for you.
Excuse me. The music is strictly Champions League, so that's it. The league that your team is. Congratulations, day one of the next year. We're focused on 2025.
Well, actually, the season still continues.
No, it's over. We're focused on 2025.
They actually don't get to lift the trophy for 27 days. Which I thought was a little weird. I was expecting them to hoist the trophy after winning.
Hockey players must be so jealous of that. What? They're not touching it for months? We love to not touch a trophy that we won.
I had a buddy who's not a Liverpool fan, by the way, quickly in this, that was like, this is so much better than North American sports, except maybe the cup presentation, for when they win. You know what I mean? Like Super Bowl, it's, everyone, all the players, here comes a million cameramen and whatever, and get up on that podium with Terry Bradshaw and Roger Goodell. And this was like the players running around the field, and Salah's taking selfies with the crowd. It's just the players on the field celebrating for like an hour.
Jurgen Klopp, system manager. That's
There
all.
you go.
Jurgen Klopp, system manager.
This is the sound of the day, of the week.
Get more of your calls.
I still hear that Champions League sound in the background.
That's right. What are they singing? You'll Never Walk Alone?
You'll Never Walk Alone.
Hey,
It's
listen.
what a tradition.
Objectively, a tremendous song.
It literally almost brought a tear to my eye, like them all going and singing that.
Yeah, it's great.
It's beautiful, beautiful team song.
Nobody cares. See you later. Nobody cares about soccer, Joe. Anyway, Champions League, leg one, semifinal today. Wide open segment, more of your calls. Actually, we're going to talk with somebody in Cleveland about Elijah Moore.
Jonathan Peterlin, 92.3 The Fan in Cleveland. We'll spend a couple minutes just on Moore, and then we'll get back to your
I like
calls.
a comment from our own Nate Geary, who you hear on the station. Bills pre and post and halftime all day on Bills days, and here filling in with us a lot. The question I saw on Twitter was, do you want Elijah Moore to come in and compete for wide receiver number 5? Nate's comment was, he's competing for wide receiver 3. And I would agree with that. He'd be better, and maybe a better idea than a couple guys that are already here. So I think it's a good idea to sign Elijah Moore, and we'll talk with a Cleveland host about how it went there, even though the numbers aren't very big. He's a guy's a former second-round pick, and the Bills have been in talks. So that's coming up, along with your phone calls on this draft, the bigger conversation about receiver. You want to talk about the rest of the draft? We are absolutely ready to do that as well. So dial us up, 803-0550 on WGR. Jeremy White here for Riverfront Auto Sales, 13. Elijah Moore, which is an idea that I think we both like.
I do a lot.
Former second-round pick. Let me read you what Matt Harmon wrote about Elijah Moore. It's a couple years ago, but gives you an idea of the skill set. First off, he's a little bit like Curtis Samuel in that Matt Harmon has of perception.com. His long one saying, I like this player a lot. He just needs a good opportunity. Mm-hmm. And for Moore, second-round pick of the Jets, on to the Browns after that. And when he went to the Browns, Deshaun Watson's going to be the quarterback. And he says, they needed more juice in this group, and Moore is the guy to deliver. He can operate as the team's vertical slot in 11 or line up as the flanker in 2 receiver sets. While Cooper takes reps at the X, Moore has ample opportunity to shine and command targets. Success rate against man coverage is good. Intermediate area of the field, good. That's where the Bills like to throw the ball, right?
Yep.
He talked about how he's a good fit for Deshaun Watson, who thrived pushing the ball downfield in his Houston days. His ability to work underneath as a separator could provide Cleveland with an explosive layup target that they don't have. Browns offense positioned to be top-flight passing unit if their quarterback can rebound. But anyway, the Moore profile sounds like a good idea, and we'll see if that lands. I think he would slot in immediately with who does he battle? I mean, he battles Tyrell Shavers. He battles
he's battling for the 5th spot on the depth chart, but he's also battling for. Again, this is kind of part of. The genesis of yesterday, I guess, is a desire to see them add a type of receiver like that. That's been my thing all offseason is I need a type. I need a guy that can play on the outside. And for him, his ability to move into the slot and outside, that's valuable. But it's the speed, 96th percentile for his 40-yard dash at the combine.
Right. That's how many years ago? It's 6, 7 years ago? But still.
It's 4.
Okay.
The Bills having a free agent visit yesterday. Wide receiver Elijah Moore was in town. He spent last year with the Browns and the year prior. Had 61 catches in 2024. That was a career high. We'll talk more about him with Jonathan Peterlin from 92.3 The Fan coming up next. The Bills confirmed that yesterday. Bean did on One Bills Live. Also, George Kittle this morning made the highest paid tight end in the NFL. He signs a new 4-year extension worth over $75 million with the 49ers. $40 million of that is guaranteed. In the Stanley Cup playoffs last night, Florida takes a 3-1 series lead over Tampa with a 4-2 win. Dallas beats Colorado 6-2, which makes them a 3-2 series lead over the Avalanche. Tonight, you have 4 games, the first of which is Toronto hosting Ottawa. The Leafs advance with a win. Last night in the NBA playoffs, Cavaliers rock the Heat, won by 55, almost record-breaking. So that is a sweep for them. And the Warriors squeak past the Rockets 109-106. Golden State leading that series 3-1. That's your Paddock Chevrolet Sports Update. Paddock Chevrolet celebrating 90 years of being your hometown dealership.
Play action on first down as Winston throws to the end zone. It is caught. Touchdown, Elijah Moore.
Jameis Winston extending the play, gets out there, and Elijah Moore gets behind the secondary. Both feet look like they're down inbounds for the touchdown for the Browns.
Going to talk about Elijah Moore a minute here. Jonathan Peterlin, 92.3 The Fan, joining us on the Western Hotline. Jonathan, good morning. You know what? In Cleveland, I want to say, it's always interesting in Cleveland, right? There's lately, how many years in a row? The Browns used to be the factory of sadness and drought like the Bills, and the Bills have become much more interesting. And I want to say at least the Browns have become a lot more interesting.
Yeah, it's funny. On my show in Cleveland, we had a guy that came on and did mock drafts with us basically every week, and he was our draft guy. And he was like, "Wow, that was just the most interesting draft ever." It's like, no, that's a Thursday through Monday for us. That's kind of what we get these days.
2 quarterbacks trading down from number 2.
Yeah.
I mean,
5 quarterbacks now. Well, one's hurt, so a 4-way competition
before
coming.
Before we get to Elijah Moore, what's the feel on first on the quarterback room and how that whole thing played out now that Shadeur Sanders is in the mix?
I mean, so it worked out pretty great for someone like myself that likes Shadeur in that there was so much pressure. If they took him at number 2 overall, and people would have expected him to be a top 5 quarterback in the league, something that comes with being the number 2 overall pick. As a 5th-round pick, you just get to see what you have. And if it works out, great. And if it doesn't, now we have 2 first-round picks for the 2026 class. So, I think people are pretty positive overall. More importantly, though, this season was going to suck, guys. It was going to absolutely stink. And now at least there's some intrigue. There's some interest attached to it, even if it ends up stinking at the end of the day. Shadeur's interesting. I don't know that Dylan Gabriel's necessarily interesting. But between him, Kenny Pickett, Joe Flacco in the mix, it's going to be a fun training camp into what at least isn't just an unwatchable regular season.
Is there any fear-bunkering or sadness about no Travis Hunter? Because when Joe and I were talking about it, you might have a bad season, but watching a player like that might be really exciting, and the Browns, of course, stepped out of that.
So that's one of the funnier things to come out of the week is that leading up into the Travis Hunter, into the actual draft, I kept hammering to people, you need to pay attention. Andrew Berry doesn't speak this way about people. He's calling him the Ohtani of football. He doesn't speak that way. This isn't a thing that he ever does. And so I was like, just be careful, because there's nobody that loves playing with the media more than Andrew Berry. And so he did exactly what he's done historically here, which is just pull the rug out from underneath people, and that's how it worked. But, Browns fans were kind of upset. I myself was kind of upset. But I like Mason Graham. I like getting another first-round pick. Ultimately, just the draft got this team interesting, and that's all I care about.
Smokescreen season there in Cleveland on Hunter. Jonathan Peterlin joining us on the Western Hotline.
So, do you want to get to Elijah Moore here, Jonathan? He was in for a visit yesterday. We had an eventful day talking about wide receiver, and then it came out that he's in town visiting. And that's a player that I've liked going back to the draft, but you can look at the targets. You can look at that it wasn't that efficient. What do you think the story was for him in the last 2 years in Cleveland, and whether a team acquiring him would be getting something that could be meaningful?
So pretty forgetful, if you maybe describe it as quickly as I possibly could. Pretty forgetful. There's not many things that I thought to myself like Elijah Moore stood out. He was good for a couple games a year. Last year it was the Denver game, Baltimore game, and the Denver game was really it was overshadowed by Jerry Jeudy having 215 yards receiving in that game too. I will say this. I don't think he's been given a true fair shake of it when you look at the quarterbacks the Browns have had over the previous couple years. Having Watson play as often as he did, and then going into whether a combination of Flacco or even last year Jameis Winston, but prior to that Flacco, P.J. Walker, and DTR, he's been given nothing as far as quarterbacks are concerned. I actually thought he was a better locker room guy than what he was always perceived to be as with the Jets. I talked to people, they liked him in that locker room, but at one point last year, he was suspended for disciplinary reasons for a game, and we never found out what that was. And there was just so much chaos, so much everything happening. Browns were never going to tell us. I never found out, which is it's a rare thing to not have somebody be like, hey, so this is actually what happened? It just never really happened. So I can't speak on that, but what I do know is that the people in the locker room did like him. It wasn't a problem, and really the way to encapsulate the 2 years was just pretty forgetful.
Yeah.
5 years from now, I will not remember a single thing Elijah Moore did.
How about deployment and skill set? What type of player, where he was when they did use him?
Yeah, so they tried to get him, with the deep ball, but it just never. Again, I want to be oh, he was a deep ball threat, but he really wasn't. It's not like he was hauling down any of these catches. Now, again, were there times where he was open and we just had bad quarterbacks and they just missed him? Yeah, that did happen. For sure, that happened. There was definitely plays where I'm oh, Elijah Moore could have had a good play, big yardage there, and it just never materialized. Do I think he'd be a 1,000-yard receiver with the Bills? No, I don't. But I do think Josh Allen makes everyone better, but Josh Allen would make him considerably better. But I think the concerns you'd have to have with him is less about what you expect from a talent perspective and more about what you'd be getting as far as around the team and the player himself. And in the 2 years he was here, he had that one hiccup that we still don't know what happened there. But outside of that, I'm telling you, he was much better than he was with the Jets. When we got him from New York, Jets fans made it seem like he was the biggest diva, and I didn't experience that.
All right. Well, enjoy this season. May it be interesting.
For now, at least enjoy the Cavs for now, right?
Yeah,
At least
that's
give
right.
you something fun.
That's right.
For a while.
Yeah, well, you know how the sports world works. It gives us something to balance it out with. How about that win last night? It was just absolutely insane. So we'll enjoy that. And I'm going to enjoy Shadeur Sanders just giving me a bunch of content.
Yes.
Very good. Thanks, Jonathan.
Thanks, guys.
92.3 The Fan, Jonathan Peterlin on the Browns, and a little bit on Elijah Moore there. One thing about the deep ball, it is missing, has been missing from this offense for multiple seasons. Diggs dropped the one in the playoff game. That was a deep ball that was there.
I was looking back. I was looking for a stat that I had on the deep ball during the break, and I'm searching through Twitter. And if you know now, searching through Twitter is it's impossible because everything's so jumbled. I found an article I wrote on our website from 2023, right after Dorsey got fired, and I had a series of numbers about how, yes, turnovers was the story, right? Mm-hmm. When Dorsey got fired, they couldn't stop turning the ball over. But if you looked deeper at the beginning of that year, the big play disappeared. Remember that? Explosive plays were just missing in action from the Bills' offense. And last year they did return, but they were not they were runs, right? They were James Cook runs and a couple of Allen runs and a couple of
Coleman
off script plays where he's throwing it deep to Shakir. But it's really been 2 seasons in a row now where you don't see guys running open down the field. If you are seeing a play like that, like Matt Collins in the AFC Championship game, it is Allen having to make a perfect pass. He can't miss by even an inch because otherwise it'll be incomplete.
Jerry in New Jersey is back with us. Hey, Jerry, what's up?
Hey, guys, how are you? Thanks for taking the call. So, just trying to think about what's been going on the last couple of days. And I think a big point is being missed on why Bean seemed defensive yesterday. Because everyone is kind of backing into their default positions, and both sides are right. There is a definite lack of top-quality receiving depth on the team. But then Bean is correct that you don't really need that when Allen is running the offense. So then you look at why the Bills have lost all the playoff games in the last 4 years, and it's clear that the main difference is the Chiefs have Chris Jones, the Bills do not. So if we play kind of this game, what if Von Miller doesn't get hurt, but Chris Jones does? The end of the game obviously is different. But I think the big factor that I think is overlooked is how bad Brandon Beane has been in identifying defensive line talent. And that is critical because unlike the other positions where they actually do get low-round draft picks, where they do pick up street free agents and the guys do play well, that has not happened on the defensive line. So when you take a look at the rogue cast of characters that have rotated through one Bills drive, the defensive line has been very, very bad. And he has spent a lot of draft capital, a lot of free agent capital on people who just have not performed. And I think that, to me, is part of the reason he's been defensive. Because, he brought up the year they drafted Rousseau and Boogie. Well, Boogie was a bad pick. And if you remember what he said after the draft, they actually had a trade in place where they were going to pick up more draft capital, but they loved Boogie so much that they stayed in place. Well, that's, emblematic of just, I don't know if it's the team structure, I don't know if it's the drafting, but they just have not been able to hit on those defensive line picks.
Yep.
And I think that's part of the reason he might have been a little bit defensive, because there really is, I don't know if you could point to a single draft pick that you could say, you know what, that guy overplayed his draft pick, whether it's the first round or any of the other rounds that they've done. When you look at the free agent.
You mean on the defensive line?
On the defensive line, yeah. Because almost every other position, we have players who clearly outplayed their position in the draft or in free agency, but not on the defensive line. That is one position where you cannot point to maybe one or two guys, but that's it. And this is in 8 years of drafting.
Thanks, Jerry. I think that's a really good point, and I like just spinning through it. If you're to label all the Bills draft picks that overplayed their draft status, where they got picked, you won't find a single defensive lineman, and I think that's right. Who did? Harrison Phillips? Who did? Who outplayed? Because if you want to get to linebacker, I got Milano. Got Milano. If you want to say Bernard, maybe. At defensive back, I've got Benford.
Yep.
Safety, they haven't had enough picks at safety to really do that, but
you don't really have a good answer to this.
No, you don't have a good defensive lineman that outplayed their draft status. And Rousseau has played like a number one pick. I guess you'd want to say he's one of the best in the league. To outplay that draft status, that might be tough. To the point about, defensive tackle, again, like this is where yesterday's reaction was all they talk about is receiver. That's all they do, and that's not reality. One of the things we said going into this draft was, you want to know what position they actually undervalue? Defensive tackle.
Yeah.
2 picks from the Ed Oliver draft till this last weekend.
Right.
2, Ed Oliver, Dwayne Carter. That's it.
They doubled it.
We said, do they value the interior to defensive line? Will they pick that guy in the first pick? Because we never see boards. What we do is we look and see what have they done over 8 years. Mm-hmm. And over that period of time, defensive tackle has not gotten attention. It's actually been more neglected than receiver.
And actually, especially this one technique role that everyone has been talking about all spring, that role, there is literally nothing. It is
Star Lotulelei and then nobody.
It becomes who's available in November.
Yeah, Linval Joseph.
Right, Linval Joseph, Quentin Jefferson coming back, Jordan Phillips coming back like 3 different times. Like these are all bigger body. Jefferson might not be as much, but one technique. Big block eaters that they just bring in at the middle of a year, and they're fine.
People want to act like it was just a wide receiver fantasy football obsession. That's not what it was. It was, I look at what you do, and you place value on running back quite a bit. Cornerback, I think we see that. Mm-hmm. Defensive end, we definitely see.
And is anybody disputing right now, at the very least, can I make it about one position group versus wide receiver? There is no dispute. They value right now offensive line more than wide receiver. So first position he talked about yesterday when talking about the hierarchy and like you can't have everything. And the first thing he mentioned was his offensive line. Mm-hmm. They have prioritized in the last 2 years, we need to build Allen a great line.
And they've done that.
And they have. They definitely have. And it has value. I mean, their run game is, to me, the biggest reason. I mean, Cook, I don't want to take all the credit away from him. The biggest reason their run game is good is because their line is good. And same thing, like Allen avoiding sacks is a huge reason why that happens too, but he has time back there. So it's not even to say that it has gone poorly. It hasn't. Good thing they succeeded in it.
Yeah.
Right? Like the line was fueling, I think, last year a lot of why they were top 2 in the league in points.
803-0550 and 1-888-550-2550. That's our phone number. It is Tuesday after the draft. We got our 60-mile-an-hour winds yet, or 50?
No, it looks beautiful.
I mean,
it looks fine out there.
It's coming. I saw Pat Hammer tweet there's going to be a couple different shots of like mid-morning and then late afternoon, so it's going to be a stormy kind of day out there. What else? We'll get some more calls in here. I had something that popped into my mind as our last caller was running through those guys to out-draft their position. He was talking about the Basham trade. It was right on the tip of my tongue.
There's a lot of receiver reporting about, sorry to go back to receiver, but not about the Bills. The Cowboys this morning. There's a report that they, in the building, might want to bring Amari Cooper back. That's the first thing I've literally seen about Amari Cooper all offseason, about anybody being interested. And then Diana Rossini was tweeting that they've been in on George Pickens trade talks, but they're not maybe right now, exactly post-draft, but that they were in on George Pickens, who I still want to predict is going to get traded. Pickens. And the Cowboys have a need.
Larry in South Florida. What's up, Larry?
Hey, good morning, guys. I called really to, offer you some support on yesterday, Jeremy. It was unbelievably uncalled for. As you know, I've listened to your show every morning, and I call a lot over the years. And I listened up until 8 o'clock, so I didn't really hear anything with you and Sal. And the only thing I heard yesterday, which was factual, that you said, and there was nothing wrong with it, was that we don't put a high priority on wide receiver. We don't. And there's nothing wrong with that. And if Brandon Beane is listening, I hope he is, because I want to ask him this question. You guys and us as fans, now, we are the ones paying the money. I paid money to fly from Florida to Buffalo, like many people did, to go to that Baltimore playoff game, and was actually considering going to Kansas City. But think about what happened in that game. We had the ball with a lot of time left, down 3, and you give it to Josh Allen, and you think, great, we're going to win this game, because Josh is going to open it up. He's going to be wide open. So then Kansas City knew we had no downfield threats. We had none.
Yeah.
We didn't have speed on the outside.
Rich, Larry, yeah. I'm gonna jump in here because this is the thing I was thinking of. I have this page open on my browser. So we love to look at the final drive. They're down 32-29. I want to get to the drive when they have the ball and the lead. Mm-hmm. It is the third quarter. It is the third quarter late. The Bills have the ball and the lead.
Okay.
This is when Allen gets stopped on the 4th and 1 and the controversial ruling and all that. Here is the drive. Cook for 4 yards. Cook for 9 yards. Mm-hmm. Ray Davis for -1. Allen sneak for 0. Allen sneak first down. 1st and 10 at the 50 with the ball and the lead on the road in the AFC Championship game. Cook for 2 yards. Pass short for 5 yards. 3rd and 3. Pass short for 2 yards. 4th and 1. Turnover on downs. You can this to me again, like if you think it's unfair to go this deep in, I think that's what you've got to do when you're this good. We scored 30 points a game. Talk to me about that drive. Your biggest play was a 9-yard run. You passed the ball on that drive 5 yards short, 2 yards short, and you ran 3 sneaks. Mm-hmm. One thing about the tush push, one thing about all the sneaks in that game and how the Bills went 3 for 6 times, including 3rd down. They're like, we just got to get the first down. We just got to get across get the first down.
Right.
And there's a defense to make of that, but if you had someone on the roster that Kansas City's got to be like, watch out, they're going to go for the kill shot. They weren't even thinking of it. They were thinking of, you want to say this is McDermott, you might be misguided. They were thinking of 2 and 5 yard chunks, and they got a 9-yard run. And then on the touchdown drive. Like when they're down 29-22. What happens when they're down 29-22? Cook for 9. Allen pass to Cook, 23 yards. There's a big one. It's a short pass, though, to Cook. Cook around left guard for 2. Allen to Ty Johnson, short, no gain. Allen deep middle to Hollins, 32 yards down to the 4.
That was a great pass.
Yes, it was. They had multiple great passes to Mac Hollins. What I'm getting at is here, if they could build an offense that's pretty much exactly the same, but is a little more capable of opening up those shots down the middle that they hit to Mac Hollins.
Yeah.
Maybe it's a little different. Their offense had short plays and shots to Mac Hollins in that game. And Mac Hollins is gone.
Right.
That's the guy that Allen grew to trust. He was a great story about this. He led them in touchdown catches. So and by the way, they got in the end zone on a 4th down Herculean effort. No, I'm sorry. That's James Allen to Curtis Samuel.
Yeah. The Cook run was earlier.
Yes. 803-0550. So I'm looking at.
Am I still with you?
You are. Sorry, Larry. I'm gonna, my bad on that. 2 drives in the second half of the AFC Championship game with a game in the balance. On 2 of the 3 drives, there was nothing happening downfield for you. And the one drive that you got a shot to Hollins is the one you scored on. So I'd be looking at how can I go to Kansas City and score on those drives more effectively? The answer is maybe I get more of those shots to the Mac Hollins guy. Maybe that's not Mac Hollins. Anyway, go ahead, Larry.
Yeah, so the caller before myself and you really touched on some of the points, but back in that draft when we got Rousseau, we turned around, we needed receivers desperately, and they were there to be had. The question that I have 2 questions for Bean, if he's listening. Number one, why would you go ahead after you just addressed defensive end, and Rousseau's a good pick, no doubt, and get Basham, but again, that's too late. What I want to know right now from Bean is we didn't have any speed on the outside in that Kansas City game, and it really cost us. Now, if we have speed, it's on the practice squad. What are we doing? Bring them up. Use them for the playoff game. But here's the better question. After what he said to you about, what's wrong, we have the receivers, what's the problem, Well, Brandon, if that's the case, why do you have Elijah Moore in? Why'd you bring him in for a visit? Would I love Elijah Moore on this team? Yeah. Is he fast? Yeah. Can he be a downfield threat? Yeah. But why, after making those comments that he made to you guys yesterday, does he bring in Elijah Moore the very next day? Because you must know, Brandon Bean, because you even said it, we need to be faster, that we need speed. I think he missed the boat last year. I think he should have gone all in and gone up to the middle of the first round, and I don't know why. I can never remember his name, but I love this guy, the receiver that Jacksonville got, the rookie number 7.
Brian Thomas Jr.
Yeah. Oh, my God.
Yeah, revisionist, that looks great, Larry. Thank you. To the point about Elijah Moore, the Bills had talks with him before the draft, and then, of course, have had talks with him, and he was in for a visit post-draft. He said, Josh, can you pull up that clip from Bean talking about Elijah Moore? Put a pin in it. Because I want to get the quote, and then I want to try to lay out the timeline of what is most likely to have happened. Okay? So Bean on Elijah Moore's visit. This is on One Bills Live yesterday.
Elijah Moore is here. He's a guy we've spoken to a few times leading up to the draft, and we just kind of put a pin in it, just like we did several other positions, and said, let's wait till the draft and see where we're at, see if he's still interested. If we took a guy in the first or second round, he's probably not too interested, but we didn't, and so we picked up those conversations over the weekend. He and his wife came up today and visited, and so we'll see. Nothing imminent today, anything like that.
One more time. Go back again. One more time. Hold on. That sneak by us?
Yeah, wait.
One more time. Brandon Bean on Elijah Moore. I want to be able to stop and start it as we go.
Elijah Moore is here. He's a guy we've spoken to a few times leading up to the draft, and we just kind of put a pin in it, just like
keep going,
like we did several other positions, and said, let's wait till the draft and see where we're at, see if he's still interested. If we took a guy in the first or second round,
stop.
He's probably
yeah. Yeah, right.
Okay.
It was possible that they were going to do it.
To take care in the first or second round.
The whole thing.
Keep going. Finish it out.
Yeah.
We're not too interested, but we didn't, and so we picked up those conversations.
Hold on. Let's see if we take a guy in the first or second round. All right. I know he's not that's not a binding agreement, but it's just, it was entirely possible.
Right.
So the whole thing is funny. We'll look back on this and we will all laugh. I'm laughing. We're all laughing. It's fine. Everything's fine.
Because there really is.
He thought we were trashing his draft. We weren't. And we all thought, hey, man, I thought they might get a receiver. And so did he. And he didn't. And now he might call Elijah Moore back in, and he comes in for a visit again, and here we go.
Right.
We put a pin in it.
Right.
In case we draft
a receiver in the first or second round. Because, right, if you just listen to the way he sounded yesterday, you might think, oh, well, that guy, listen to how he sounded. He would never have drafted a receiver in the first or second round. You would have thought Moore would already be here.
No, I guess he's what
that.
What he's doing is defending his board, which every GM is allowed to do that.
Right.
All right. That slipped by. We played that clip earlier. I did not hear. Put a pin in it in case you take a guy in the first or second round.
I mean, there is an alternate universe, I guess, from this past weekend where there is. I mean, the first round is interesting, though, because first or second round, maybe he means more second round. Who could have fallen to them in the first round?
Golden. Could they have taken Golden if he fell?
He's the only. Well, McMillan, I guess, too. But it's the other one. But McMillan falling to 30 was never realistic.
It's also not as simple as which receiver falls. They're there in the second round, and they think
well, right. If
we like T.J. Sanders,
right? If Hairston had gone already, and maybe they wanted corner, but same thing. This is the whole board conversation that corner went more than they thought it would, and there just wasn't a guy there they liked, so they ended up picking a receiver.
So everything's possible.
Golden Sailor, right? All of this is why the draft is so fluid, and it's the value of it,
right? Which makes it so strange to say that the conversation of the bitching about adding at receivers the dumbest argument.
Right. That's the two parts. There is you were open to doing it in round 1 and 2, at least to some extent, even if it wasn't your biggest need, but to some extent open to adding to it, and also it's the dumbest argument that you can have. Those two things don't equate.
Right. And maybe that's maybe again, he's allowed to say whatever he wants and come in with fire. Maybe what he's basically saying is, yeah, I mean, I could have, but the board didn't do it, guys. To which a GM is running his process, okay, I believe you. I do believe you. Us asking about it, you're saying, I would have done it, but it never lined up. Well, okay, I never got to see that it didn't line up. I'm just asking, man, it really never lined up, huh? That's kind of a surprise. Anyway, 803-0550 to join us. Okay.
You've got me watching back some of these plays from Chiefs-Bills, by the way, in the AFC Championship game.
And?
I noticed something from the James Cook run.
Which one?
The one at the 1 yard line, 4th and goal at the 1. They've got to score, and he makes an unbelievable effort.
Yeah.
You know why he has to make an unbelievable effort? I don't want to be super nitpicky about all this, but
I'm going to guess I already know the answer. Go ahead and tell me.
The two players they split out wide that the Chiefs only put one guy on, and the defender that Cook gets by has bailed on his man because he feels run coming the whole way. Dawson Knox and Dalton Kincaid are the two guys out wide. And the Chiefs only put one guy on each, and the guy covering Knox bails right away because, I mean, he's probably not that worried about having to cover Dawson Knox in one-on-one.
803-0550.
But Cook makes an unbelievable effort, and it still is an incredible. I hope it doesn't get forgotten because it is I still can't believe he gets in here. Josh looks stunned that he gets in the backfield even.
Don't we all just love the Bills? I do. We all do.
Yes. This all is just figuring out we just want them to win it.
Everybody does.
Some people disagree with others on how they will win it or it gives them their best chance to win it.
All right. So. Hey, it's been a good morning. Go Bills. I've got trivia next and some phone calls. But good trivia. Fun trivia. Two things on Shadeur Sanders' slide and some news out there. Boomer Esiason has something on this. I didn't realize this one part of the point about Sanders, which makes total sense. I didn't realize he didn't hire an agent.
Yeah.
He didn't hire an agent. And what is an agent going to do? Talk to all the teams and get their honest assessments and tell him you're not going second overall.
All right.
It's not happening.
So don't build a draft room.
Yeah.
With all the hats and, because they did that.
Don't act like you're just going to get drafted in the first round because of who you are. These teams don't think you're that good.
Yeah.
That's what an agent would have done. Boomer Esiason said on WFAN, after talking to 3 different personnel people in the NFL this weekend, they didn't even have him on their board. They took him off, and they took him off because owners said, take him off. I don't want that guy. I don't want this entitled person on our team, and I don't blame them. That's what Esiason said about this, and basically said that when he went in, Esiason further, when you listen to him talk right prior to the combine about how if you want a new culture in your locker room, I'm the guy to do that. I can turn it around. He's very high in himself. I think that's very off-putting to many, many coaches and GMs in the league.
Yeah.
So that explains the slide. The idea of, like, draft me, I'll change your culture, didn't sit well with GMs and coaches who take something like that very seriously.
Yeah.
So he slid down the board.
Well, especially when, and there were, you've seen a lot of what's happening right now. Teams are leaking things to kind of explain that, hey, this isn't, I saw someone call it Kaepernick-level collusion in the NFL. Like, I don't think it graduates to that at all. But like, you're seeing teams explain it by, like, okay, well, he tanked the interview. What do you expect us to do? Because there was a little bit out there that he purposely didn't do well in interviews with teams that he didn't want to go to. And there was another report about how, he just missed things. Like, we had put in purposeful mistakes on, like, installs to see how he would do with them, and he just didn't notice them. So there were other reasons for it.
Elijah Moore, which is an idea that I think we both like.
I do a lot.
Former second-round pick. Let me read you what Matt Harmon wrote about Elijah Moore. It's a couple years ago, but gives you an idea of the skill set. First off, he's a little bit like Curtis Samuel in that Matt Harmon has of receptionperception.com. His long one saying, I like this player a lot. He just needs a good opportunity. And for Moore, second-round pick of the Jets, on to the Browns after that. And when he went to the Browns, Deshaun Watson's going to be the quarterback. And he says, they needed more juice in this group, and Moore is the guy to deliver. He can operate as the team's vertical slot in 11 or line up as the flanker in 2 receiver sets. While Cooper takes reps at the X, Moore has ample opportunity to shine and command targets. Success rate against man coverage is good. Intermediate area of the field, good. That's where the Bills like to throw the ball, right?
Yep.
He talked about how he's a good fit for Deshaun Watson, who thrived pushing the ball downfield in his Houston days. His ability to work underneath as a separator could provide Cleveland with an explosive layup target that they don't have. Browns offense positioned to be top-flight passing unit if their quarterback can rebound. But anyway, the Moore profile sounds like a good idea, and we'll see if that lands. I think he would slot in immediately with who does he battle? I mean, he battles Tyrell Shavers. He battles
he's battling for the 5th spot on the depth chart, but he's also battling for. Again, this is kind of part of. The genesis of yesterday, I guess, is a desire to see them add a type of receiver like that. That's been my thing all offseason is I need a type. I need a guy that can play on the outside. And for him, his ability to move into the slot and outside, that's valuable. But it's the speed, 96th percentile for his 40-yard dash at the combine.
Right. That's how many years ago? It's 6, 7 years ago? But still.
It's 4.
Okay. Time to mix in a little trivia, have a little fun, lighten the mood here. Actually, mood's been just fine today. Jeremy and Joe, good morning. All right, Joe, here's the question. Top 10, looking for the top 10 jersey sales from the NFL draft.
All right, I'm going to guess.
Who were the top 10 jersey sales at the draft? 22.
22. Yeah.
You see what number Terrace Marshall Jr. is wearing with the Eagles? Wide receiver? 46.
The former second.
46.
As a wide receiver?
Yeah.
Well, that's a choice.
Terrible.
Jeez.
One off of greatness.
Looking for number 5, number 9, and number 10.
What about Colston Loveland?
Number 10.
Sneaks in there. Okay. I don't want to get lineman numbers usually. I don't know. How about Max Hairston doesn't make it in, does he?
He does not.
Okay. I know Bills fans will buy up those jerseys. But O'Marion Hampton?
Not in the top 10.
Not in the top 10? Is there another quarterback? Yeah, what about Tyler Shuck?
No. You're only missing one, right? Number 9?
I think just number 9.
You got Ted McMillan?
Oh, no, I missed that.
Okay.
That was an obvious
5.
one.
And you're missing just one more. It's the other tight end.
Oh. Tyler Warren.
Yep. There's your top 10 in jersey sales
after
the draft. Travis Hunter 1, Shadeur Sanders 3. Listen, Shadeur Sanders Browns is it's the actual potential sentience of quarterback purgatory. That guy might never play or might play 3 games, but all the hype, the buzz, the name, everything, and like remember the year the Browns had 4 quarterbacks? Did somebody get a Dylan Gabriel jersey while they're at it? Maybe.
Is this just social media now that does this? Like, and is Sanders even worth lumping into this point? I'm gonna do it, and you tell me that we're paying so much attention to all these superstars' sons now, or is that always the case? Even when they're not, like Charlie Woods, Bronny James, Shadeur Sanders. Sure, there's other examples that I'm missing out or I'm not thinking of right now off the top of my head. That just the name. It's the name power that we care about, and maybe too much, even when the guy's not maybe worth it.
Rich in Florida. Hey, Rich, what's up?
Hey guys, thanks for taking my call.
Thanks for calling.
I listened to the Bean Jeremy conversation yesterday, and I was thinking about it. And it's, you got a guy who's been prepping for months. He probably hasn't slept in 4 days, and he kind of went off, But I want to comment on Jeremy. Jeremy, you handled that so professionally, dude.
Well, thank you.
I mean, you didn't snap, you didn't get high, you didn't get low, you stayed in the moment. I held on this long just to say that. You did a great job.
Thanks, man.
I don't think there's any apologies needed, it is what it is. It's good radio.
Well, thank you. I appreciate that. Thanks, Rich. Some people got upset that, I got one guy said, when you hung up, you said, we're not here to be belittled, and that I should have said that to Bean, which I would have, and the whole thing happened live, but I thought the fantasy football jabs were an attempt to make people feel less than, and I didn't appreciate it. That's why I pushed back on it multiple times. So that's all.
Yeah.
I mean, no hard feelings. I'm just going to stand up for, we do our homework, and we know that this position is of importance, so don't try to talk to us like we're just some sort of fantasy football guys.
Right.
That's all. So thanks, Rich. Thanks for the kind words. And, I don't have any grudge towards Brandon Bean. I think he's done a good job. I think he's been pretty consistent. Really, it's funny. One takeaway people have is that they've never seen this side of Bean before. And I like to point out a lot. Look at how he carries himself all over the place. And this notwithstanding, he never burns a bridge. Every time a guy leaves, we love that guy. Love him. Wish I could keep the hell out of all these guys. He's got whether that's Gabe or James Cook is going through it right now. Like, love Jimbo. Love James. Love it. They might be telling him to buzz off on a contract, but publicly, he does not burn a bridge.
Right. And then they often come back.
They told you right, the number of guys that come back, the relationships must be good enough. He tells Jordan Poyer, go look and see what you can get. Jordan Poyer comes back.
Yep.
So I think that's an asset for a franchise to not carry itself in a way that burns bridges.
Definitely.
803-0550. 1-888-550-2550. CJ before the break. What's up, CJ?
Hey, guys, I just want to see, do you think this is more pressure on Sean McDermott, saying as though Josh Allen, the quarterback, took lesser money? He didn't have to, but he did. And you don't give weapons to the man in the last two playoff games that need help, obviously, versus the Chiefs. We got the ball last, but you give the defense more weapons. So the coach should have he has more talent now around him. Other than Josh Allen had more talent. You gave it to the defensive head coach, defensive-minded head coach. He should be able to close out a game other than Josh Allen needed to do it now. That's just my view on it, but I think that puts more pressure on the head coach to get that done.
Yep, I agree with that, CJ. He's given the head coach all of the defensive weapons. The thing about it is, I just want to be careful. We shouldn't just assume that the head coach only wants defensive pieces. The head coach is very likely to want his offense to give him as much cushion as possible, to have explosive players. We just kind of, I think, too often pigeonhole McDermott as a guy that wants to win 17-13. I don't think he is that guy. I don't. He wants to win, and there are a lot of ways to win football games, and there's been an evolution for him along the way. So that's all. 803-0550. Sal's coming up, top of the hour, the Northtown Automotive Extra Point Show. And get his thoughts on, Elijah Moore in for a visit. We will wrap, and then what else? What's going on today? We got some hot. Is Winnipeg playing tonight? They are? All right, we'll do as a goalie when we get back.
There's a thing with Connor Hellebuck.
We got to talk about Hellebuck.
Winnipeg does not play tonight, by the way.
Oh, okay. Well, we can talk about
still.
We can talk about Hellebuck anyway.
Yeah, Winnipeg plays tomorrow.
5 minutes on goalie instead of receiver. All right, Extendo Sports coming up.
Very quickly, I was just Sam Paniavovich, who comes on with Show Up on the Bulldog on Fridays. He was just texting me about Offensive Rookie of the Year odds.
Okay.
And we were just talking about rookies in the break. He loves O'Marion Hampton at 16-1 to be the Offensive Rookie of the Year. We were just talking about Luther Burden, though. He is plus 5,000. This is not something we could bet on in New York State, by the way. But I'm looking at Twitter right now, and I got Ben Johnson talking about how the ball tends to find his slot receiver, and that was Amon-Ra St. Brown in Detroit, and now Luther Burden is there, and he ran 88% of his routes out of the slot. I mean, if I could bet Offensive Rookie of the Year, I would be looking at Burden, especially given that he's behind, he's the same odds as Jalen Milroe.
Elijah Moore, which is an idea that I think we both like.
I do a lot.
Former second-round pick. Let me read you what Matt Harmon wrote about Elijah Moore. It's a couple of years ago, but gives you an idea of the skill set. First off, he's a little bit like Curtis Samuel in that Matt Harmon has, of reception.perception.com, is long one saying, I like this player a lot. He just needs a good opportunity. Mm-hmm. And for Moore, second-round pick of the Jets, on to the Browns after that. And when he went to the Browns, when he went to the Browns, Deshaun Watson's going to be the quarterback. And he says, they needed more juice in this group, and Moore is the guy to deliver. He can operate as the team's vertical slot in 11 or line up as the flanker in 2 receiver sets. While Cooper takes reps at the X, Moore has ample opportunity to shine and command targets. Success rate against man coverage is good. Intermediate area of the field, good. That's where the Bills like to throw the ball, right?
Yep.
He talked about how he's a good fit for Deshaun Watson, who thrived pushing the ball downfield in his Houston days. His ability to work underneath as a separator could provide Cleveland with an explosive layup target that they don't have. Browns offense positioned to be top-flight passing unit if their quarterback can rebound. But anyway, the Moore profile sounds like a good idea, and we'll see if that lands. I think he would slot in immediately with who does he battle? I mean, he battles Tyrell Shavers. He battles
he's battling for the 5th spot on the depth chart. But he's also battling for, again, this is kind of part of the genesis of yesterday, I guess, is a desire to see them add a type of receiver like that. That's been my thing all offseason is I need a type. I need a guy that can play on the outside. And for him, his ability to move into the slot and outside, that's valuable. But it's the speed, 96th percentile for his 40-yard dash at the combine.
Right. That's how many years ago? It's 6, 7 years ago? But still.
It's 4.
Okay.
WGR Sports Radio 550, 2020 Sports.
Extendo Sports.
Get her the ultimate pass to relaxation, renewal, and pure self-care bliss for Mother's Day. Our Odyssey Self-Care Passport. Enjoy 13 incredible experiences at select spas, gyms, and wellness centers. It's valued at over $1,400, over 70% saving at $375. Visit getmyperks.com to get yours while supplies last.
So Connor Hellebuyck and the Winnipeg Jets, huh? Hellebuyck is... He's not high profile enough of international or national athlete to be the new poster child for you're not any good in the playoffs. But is he not that?
He should have that reputation at this point. He's been a catastrophe for years, consistently in the playoffs. And it's so interesting because he's been consistently, over the last 3 years, the best guy in the league.
Yeah.
Like by kind of a lot. He's just been consistent and played 65 games a year. He's just unbelievable. And something happens when he gets into the playoffs. It's tough.
It's interesting. I'm looking at his save percentage over the years.
Oh, they're crazy.
There was a run where he was good. He's had 2 very strong postseasons, but the last 3 postseasons, his record, that series tied 2-2 right now?
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. His record in the last 3 postseasons, it is 4-10. With a save percentage of 886, 864, and 817. Yeah. 817.
And match that up with his regular season save percentage in those 3 years. 920, 921, 925.
It's the biggest
He's going down by 4 percentage points in save percentage, which is a crazy disparity. More than that this year.
Yeah, it's been incredible. He just looks passive and nervous to me.
Did you see the Blues fans after he got pulled?
No. Oh, yeah.
He got pulled, and after 3 minutes, they chanted the whole building loudly, "We want Connor."
Well, he didn't even return to the bench.
Right, he went to the room,
which is as crazy a move as I could imagine. As a goalie, I would get torn to shreds by my coach if I ever did something like that. And I'm sure that it's some agreed upon decision for him. but it's definitely not something his teammates appreciate. I could almost guarantee that. I understand him needing the space, but that go sit on the bench and watch your team try and dig out of the hole that you put them in.
I'll be rooting for him to not return to the bench more to make things as ugly as possible.
Yes, let's get a narrative in place. Let's get him traded.
I think more likely is Winnipeg will just decide next year maybe we should just not play him 70 games and get fried by the time we get to the playoffs.
It is really like when you're like high school, you're like, man, I hope they break up. I hope those, it's Seinfeld, when they're trying to get their friends divorced, we're just going to be there for them. We're just going to hope this goes wrong.
Yeah.
Oh,
I'm there for you.
Connor Hellebuck, hey, so sorry things are going south there in Winnipeg.
Josh, make a meme.
We're there for you.
Kevin Adams saying, I'm there for you with Connor Hellebuck on the other end of the phone.
I hope things, so terrible what's happening.
He's got, by the way, 4 years left at 8.5. No, sorry, excuse me. 6 years left at $8.5 million.
Well, if you're not going to be a postseason performer, then people would ask, why did you want him? I don't know.
Maybe
we're just trying to get there.
That's what the snarky
I
person would say.
I will worry about him being bad in the postseason when I get there.
Would you take an $8.65 million goaltender to get you to the playoffs and then never play him in the playoffs?
Ride Levi in the playoffs.
Yes, 100%.
Let's get stupid. That's the plan. He's just a regular season player,
right?
And somebody else in the playoffs.
Shout out to Levi with the 35 save shutout the other night. By the way,
yep. Playoffs for Rochester.
They're up 2-0.
The Bandits are also on to the next round of the playoffs, of course.
Yep.
Who do they play?
Just
Vancouver. Vancouver. That's right. I saw the V logos.
Same. I was trying to remember who is V in the NLL because those teams are always changing.
So they play Vancouver at home May 2nd, which is Saturday.
And the Amerks are on the road in Syracuse
Friday.
for games 3 and 4.
Friday.
So,
okay. Jeremy and Joe, we're back tomorrow. Thanks, everybody. We'll talk to Joe Marino as part of tomorrow's show, get his thoughts on the draft, break down the full draft class. It's all coming up tomorrow here on WGR.
You're listening to the Northtown Automotive Extra Point Show with brought to you by